Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Steve on the level, Thomas van der Zander, Cannabear, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensial Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, the name's Burley, Twodwazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unamento, Iron26, Endless, Goldie McKiernan, Retro Bill, Level Playing Poem, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W., Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Lost when it comes to physics. It's one of the first things you discover out here. Like, so you have people that actually believe a rocket ship lands vertical. So you got serious problems when you come out here. Follow? Serious problems. So like you come out here, oh boy, I joined the Flat Earth group. Well, that clown thinks rockets can land vertical. You're dealing with idiots on all aspect of the game. Because you've been taught to be an idiot. See, you haven't been taught. The part of the being an idiot is telling you how smart you are. In case you hadn't noticed, that's what they told everybody. Oh yeah, Johnny's a smart one. Oh yeah, he's a smart. Yeah, that's a little bit of a. Well, we call it a lie where I come from, but yeah, you got to be careful with the liars. They like to lie and tell you they're not a liar. I want to be real careful with them. Yeah.
You don't think rockets can land vertical?
They can't land vertical. That's ridiculous. I mean, my God. That's the first thing you look at when you look at the moon landing. Hey, do you think they landed? No, because if you ever show me a rocket landing vertical, thank you, Lord, I'll believe you. Now, if you think you can even come close to doing it, thank you, Lord, show me. No, the first thing you look at when you look at the moon landing, it is a joke. You cannot land those things vertical. Now they kind of show you, they want to show you a little trick flying with men with backpacks on their back and this type of thing. Well, hey, yeah, let's get that video out here. Take a look at it. Have you ever seen it in person? You ever seen a rocket launch in person? No. You ever watch one land in person? No. Do they ever give you any footage of a rocket, period? No. Rockets are the biggest joke out here. My God. Think of rockets land vertical.
My MOS was multiple launch rocket systems.
Yeah. Whoopie ding. Did I make them land vertical? So what are you going to tell me they land vertical? My God.
No. We destroyed grid squares, sir.
Yeah. They got bombs. Bombs are real. Rockets are real, you know?
Not a bomb. Not a bomb.
He's talking about the way they land, the same way they took off.
Oh,
not-
no. Sure, yeah. What are we talking about here now? We're talking about.
If they go vertical
Who
in the sense
cares?
of like the top is hitting the ground, well, that's not the vertical he's talking about. He's talking about the vertical as in the same way they came up, they lifted off is the same way they also touched down. That's what I
Yeah,
mean.
that's what we're
Vertical.
talking about. Rockets landing vertical. Rocket. Not the jets. Now we got some different. We got helicopters. We got all kinds of Yeah, I want to show you.
That's
Show me that one
exactly
with
what
the
they want you
rocket
to talk about.
coming down with the big flame, supporting itself, and then not only that, not falling over with those little tiny wings and oh gee, and nuclear bombs and oh, we're going to ship a rocket from intercontinental ballistic missile that goes up into outer space and going to drop a nuclear bomb on you. Yeah, that type of clown shit.
Seems like they got you right where they want you, Stevie.
Yeah,
I got a
yeah,
I
yeah,
got a
the
link of it.
NFL guy.
I
They
got
got
a
me
link
right
of
where I.
the SpaceX rocket landing vertical.
What? You got what?
You said a link. Video.
Yeah, keep arguing about rockets.
I've never seen one. You got the first one. Then that'll be the first one I ever seen. Go ahead.
Do you
It
believe
seems
in
like what Steve
Narnia?
is trying to
It's
say
in
is
the chat. It's in the main chat. I just dropped the link. YouTube video.
Just out
It's
of
like a
interest,
few seconds long.
Steve, do you believe in Narnia?
Who are you talking to? You asking me?
Yeah. Do you believe in Narnia?
Narnia? I don't even know what Narnia is. It's a bunch of bullshit. Is that what you're talking about, Nathan?
No,
Shit
I'm
you
talking about.
believe in?
You never heard of Narnia with the magical lion that talks and the fawns and the snow and the gas lamp and the wardrobe that you have to go through? You never heard...
No, I don't. I'm not really into cartoons too much. I must have missed that movie.
Okay. Well, imagine that there is a movie with a magical place called Narnia, okay?
Why would I fucking give a fuck about Narnia?
Don't swear at me,
Nathan?
Hey, no
Steve.
swearing.
Steve, there's no need. Bloody
Well,
hell.
Nathan,
What's your problem?
I'm not really into Narnia.
I'm trying to make an
All
example.
we're talking about is rockets landing.
Yeah, I know you
vertical.
are. Yeah. So imagine there's a wonderful mystical place called Narnia, and an objection is raised that when you go to Narnia through the magical wardrobe, the only thing you have to protect you from the minus 40 degrees centigrade that you find on the other side of the wardrobe is fur coats. And someone comes along and says, I can't possibly believe that there's a fur coat out there good enough to protect you from minus 40. Yeah? And then someone comes along and goes, check it out. Here's a coat that's protecting the Inuit tribes from the minus 40 regularly all day long, and they're not even that thick. Now, given that I've proven that there's Narnia coats that definitely can protect you from minus 40, does that prove that there's a place called Narnia?
Is that a question?
Yeah, if I prove that there's coats that can withstand the temperatures of Narnia...
That's pretty fucking obvious, Nathan.
Do you have to keep swearing at me?
Well, you keep giving me this ridiculous... Why are you talking to me like I'm a child?
I'm leaving you.
guys are the
Because
ones
if I
that
can
have to
show
prove
you
it.
a rocket
I'm the
landing
one that got
vertically,
challenged.
then that does
I'm the
not
one
mean
got
space
challenged.
exists,
Oh,
you
now you want to
moron.
interrupt. Now you want to interrupt. Go
No,
ahead.
because you keep swearing and you're not really paying attention.
No, I am paying attention to your little Narnia rocket, and you got your warm coat. Go ahead.
Okay.
Somebody give this
You
guy some
obviously are
coffee.
not paying attention.
Okay, so the example has just been summarised by John in frustration because you keep asking me why I'm asking you stuff, why I'm
because
leading
you
you
talked
somewhere.
over me.
Now you're interrupting me, so it's making it very difficult to make this prolonged
right.
example while you don't want to hear it. Right? You're arguing about something that takes place in Narnia, equivalent to space, outer space, a sky vacuum where these rockets would be working. And your objection is whether or not they can land vertically. Okay? Well, likewise, I can argue about whether or not coats will withstand the temperatures in Narnia. That's the point.
Yeah, but we're talking physics. You come in here, that's fine. Nice little point you made. But we're talking physics. Yeah. And this morning, before you got in here. And yeah, we got physics that go on in the real world that make it easier for you to understand them. Yeah, go ahead, Nathan, your turn.
I've got nothing. The argument is about rockets and whether or not they work. So if I show you a functionally working rocket that lands, there's you interrupting me again, telling me how difficult it is. Why are you chanting through me? Why are you making it more difficult than it needs to be by chanting through me? I don't really understand why I'm still in the same breath and you're now talking while I'm talking. I don't really get why that's happening.
Davey, knock it off. In my mouth.
You done? Having a little temper tantrum in the middle of my sentence?
No, I'm not, Nathan. I'm just not going to put up with liars. Don't lie to me, Nathan.
Nobody's lying to you.
To me.
Nobody's lying to anybody.
You just did.
Being an obnoxious man.
You're an obnoxious man, Nathan. If you're going to sit
Dude,
here and
chill out.
misquote,
Chill out, dude. What the hell?
why are you misquoting me?
Nobody's quoting anybody about
you come
anything.
out here with
Making an exception.
Narnia. I mean, why are you talking
Do you
to
want me
like
to
a
answer you?
child?
Do you just want to rant for about 5 minutes straight in my bloody recording? If so, get lost, Steve. I'm sick of you. I'm already tired of you. You're
Go
irritating
ahead,
me.
Nathan. Go ahead.
I don't need your bleeding permission. I need you to shut your triggered mouth.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that means shut up. Yeah, I'm drawing a comparison with space, where the rockets would operate. That's the only reason they've got rockets, so that we can argue about whether or not they can land horizontally. Because who cares if they can land horizontally? Who cares if they can produce their own propellant in the vacuum that doesn't exist? There's no point arguing about whether or not they can land vertically, because all you need to overcome that argument is to show you a working rocket that lands vertically, and what, suddenly space is real? No, that's why I'm interjecting. That's the point. That's got nothing to do with you personally. It's a teaching tool for my audience. You just take everything so personally, like I'm having a personal slight at you. No, it's a useful way of exempling how arguing about whether or not rockets can land vertically, alternatively, so it doesn't trigger you, whether or not they can work in a vacuum. Who cares? There is no vacuum for the rockets to work or land vertically or otherwise. The whole place doesn't exist.
Hold on, Nathan. The original thing we were talking about, me and Steve, was can the rocket land vertically? And I remember thinking to myself, I've seen a SpaceX video of a rocket landing vertically, on land supposedly. And I said, man, that's got to be fake. So that was it. Now, I don't know why the hell Steve got triggered over the damn Narnia thing.
Who cares? If you're arguing about that, they got you right where they want you.
Right.
Yeah, they got you right where you want you, Neil.
This is the point, Steve. We're not trying to have a go
Stevie,
at you.
I'm not arguing about things in space, Stevie, about whether rockets can land or not.
Neither am I. Right? We were talking about physics. Now we got to, like the funniest things is physics, right? So real things like rockets. They got rocket launch sites all over the world. They won't launch them just about every day. They show you on TV. And these things I've never seen a video of any type of decent rocket footage, period.
That's why I showed you the video. That's why we're talking about it.
Right. Yeah, I've never seen any decent footage.
Okay, but now you have.
I'll say it again.
But now you have. Okay.
Now I have.
Okay,
no, now I have.
I was about. She just triggered. I forgot half a sentence out. Yeah, and now that you have, what next? Is space real? Because we can prove demonstrably, without a doubt, that you can get rockets to do that. Because our point, the one that you want to brace against, is it's irrelevant. That's what they want you arguing about, whether or not rockets can work in a vacuum or whether or not they can land horizontally. Completely non sequitur to whether or not the place there. I give up with you, Steve. You're just too difficult to talk to.
Well, yeah, because you're missing the point.
I'm the one making the point. You're just interrupting me. You're just telling me I'm missing your point that you have got when I'm using what you're discussing as an example, and you're constantly interrupting it like I'm missing your point. No.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, I don't need to hear for the 5th time that this is physics, which it isn't. It's technology.
Oh, it isn't?
No. So am I missing your point that it's bleeding physics? No, I did listen. I do listen. I can listen. You can't shut up. You don't listen. You are missing the point. Stop projecting your ineptitude onto me. It's irritating. I did listen to you. You're still talking, meanwhile. Yeah, I heard you. Physics. It isn't. Anything else?
Yeah. They're using the rocket launch sites for the weather. I just thought maybe we'd talk a little bit about physics, right? But you don't like weather, so
it isn't
no sense
physics.
Talking about that.
It isn't. Define physics.
Because weather isn't physics.
Define physics and we'll find out.
Oh, define. Oh, now. Oh, okay. Now we're going to go.
Now you've got to define a bleeding word that you don't know the meaning of. Yeah, suddenly you're on the spot.
Oh, I don't know. Oh.
Yeah, you don't know. We know. So why are you the person making the most noise and swearing at me then? Yeah? Unreasonable. Yeah, like I've said, Steve, you just seem unreasonable. Now I'm trying to put that in a language that you understand by demonstrating that you're using words you don't understand. They've asked you to define and you haven't. Yeah? But what? I'm missing some point here while you continually talk while I'm telling you. Not asking, not missing your bleeding point that I've listened to you get wrong 6 times. It's not physics. No. You don't even know what the word means. So I don't miss any points here. I'm listening to you. When I step in to make a bleeding point, I don't expect you to talk all over me, trample over my point, which I am making, not you. Doesn't mean that suddenly I can't pay attention to a bleeding conversation. I'm doing this for a living. All I do is pay attention to what you say. And then how can I spin that into a useful education tool for my audience? You want to take it personally, like I'm somehow missing something. No, I'm not. Nothing against you, Steve. I don't.
Taking it personal.
That's you taking it personally. That's the point. I don't know you, Steve.
No,
I don't care.
Hey. So you know what physics is, okay.
Yeah, the study of the physical and natural world. Natural being the operative word when you're talking about bleeding rockets.
Oh. Aerodynamics, all that stuff isn't physical world. I got you.
No, a phenomena occurring is physics because you're going to be studying it. If you're applying physics, that's the study of the physical natural world, otherwise known as natural science. That's physics.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like aerodynamics is technology. That's technology.
Yeah.
So not physics then.
It's not based off of physics?
It just isn't physics. Maybe I'm not paying attention, Steve, or maybe you just don't know the words you're using, which is irritating me greatly. Look, you didn't have to step all over me and swear at me, and you wouldn't be getting told off now. But you did, so you are. I was trying to make an example for my audience about Narnia. You just didn't like it. Okay. There's a bigger, wider picture. There's an audience that needs to understand when they're arguing about whether or not rockets can push off in a vacuum. I'm taking it away from your argument so it doesn't hopefully trigger you to interrupt. That's useful when they recognise that there's no place to be arguing about them going to in the rockets. That's the fake bit. But ideally, you'll be arguing about whether or not there could be propulsion in vacuums. What vacuum? The one that doesn't exist in the sky? That's the point I'm trying to get to.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello, I'm taking a rocket ship today.
You're taking a rocket
I see
ship?
where we are.
Is that right? We were discussing the Narnia equivalents in the pre-show. That is to say that when people argue about what could or could not take place in an area that does not exist, known as the vacuum of space, it is equivalent to arguing about whether or not the fur coats in the wardrobe could withstand the temperatures that they claim to be taking place in Narnia. There is no Narnia. There is no outer space sky vacuum. It's all fake. Don't need to argue about what might or might not work in it. Meanwhile, let's do a couple of housekeeping questions. Any evidence you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
Yes, I can. You go to the center of the earth.
Nobody's going
I
to the
heard
centre of
Thunderfoot
Earth.
can.
Go ahead.
I just said I heard Thunderfoot can.
Yeah, he
Is
went
that
to the
so? We're
center
going
of
to
the
find
earth.
out. It's going to be a surprise for me. So while I was making Omi videos yesterday, Brian doesn't like the process at all. In fact, he despises it and is rightly so offering a word of caution when it comes to doing it too, which is very gratefully received. The constructive criticism, that is. But unfortunately, that means that he's hustling away the G Plus panel while I'm making them. And yesterday, he was very keen to watch the Thunderfoot video, which I did not do because I was making Omi videos as they were recording it. I doubt they were recording it, but certainly watching it on the G Plus panel. So whether or not that means we're going to get an attendance of those particular individuals, Brian immediately said, I might not even be around tomorrow. And you're like, well, thank you for stealing the thunder of everyone's green. We'll react to this as it comes. But they've watched it. I haven't. I'm hoping that a couple of them will be in attendance when we do actually cover that video. So we'll get to the Thunderfoot video shortly. But has anybody else watched it here amongst the panel or amongst the Discord server? Thunderfoot's latest video is what we're referring to.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
It uses a protractor in the flat surface.
I haven't watched it yet. No spoilers. Don't ruin it. Okay, well, that's slightly different then. Let's think on my feet. Well, in that case, maybe typically when we do these videos, right, I am almost always the one that's controlling everything that happens in terms of I'll stop it, I'll start it, I'll respond, and then I'll carry on. Whereas if you guys have already watched this, there's no reason why I can't just play and pause the video at the moments that you know are appropriate and have you respond in the way that you already know. So although it is fun to watch me do it green, I'm more than happy for you guys to do it if that is what you are willing to do. Are you?
No. I'm happy to watch this video a second time. It is a bigger blunder than gas go down, go boom, boom.
Okay, so for the audience's reference, the last time we covered Thunderfoot, he asserted that gas goes down with gravity. And boom! Job's a good one. Right, gas go down, go boom, boom is attributable to Thunderfoot in no small part. So, yeah, thanks for that, Thunderfoot. Gas expands in all directions. It's a law of nature. But according to him, it goes down, go boom, boom, like bouncy balls poured into a fish tank. Epic. That hasn't gone away. We still reference it. Not so much in the last year, maybe. We've got other things, other fish to fry, rather than dealing with outdated, debunked, heliocentric rhetoric like gravity. And in the same vein, debunking the claim that we have a sky vacuum called outer space. We don't. But the answers for why we could have that pressure that we all breathe and is definitely in existence without containment, it is asserted that gas, which is produced at ground level and expands up and out away from the ground, actually falls down like bouncy balls, as I say, poured into a fish tank by Thunderfoot. So that's what we'll be covering today. So obviously some of you have already covered this, or already seen it at the very least, but we'll get right into it if that's good by everyone else.
Vacation. And it suddenly occurs to me, I spent almost all of my life on this spinning rock, and I've never yet measured how big it is.
Immediate begging the question fallacy. So within 12 seconds of his opener, in a video that's claiming that he's making flat earthers cry, he's already assumed his outcome in this false dichotomy of globe Earth versus flat Earth. In terms of measurement, Earth's measured flat. He's automatically assuming that he's standing on a spinning rock. That's a begging the question fallacy.
But I don't want to spend a lot of money or time. So let's see if I can do it in, say, less than a day and for less than $100 to measure the size of the Earth.
You'll be measuring it flat.
Something that might make all of the flat earthers cry that you can do it so easily and so cheaply.
It's so true. It's so true. I was laughing so hard that tears were coming out of my eyes at this dude. It is true.
Can it be done? Well, let's see. Imagine you're on vacation in America and you can visit 2 points north-south like that. And you can also measure a point at infinity, like, say, for instance, the pole star. And imagine you've done that at your 2 locations. After that, it's just a...
I'm missing something. Why is he holding a ball up?
I don't know. He just invoked north and south. That's respect to a horizontal plane of reference. What is he talking about?
Precisely. He's referencing horizontal to describe these directions, but he's holding a ball up. Okay. I mean, it's non sequitur at this point, but I've already pointed out he's begging the question, but now he's holding a ball up like it's got something to do with this measurement.
Simple bit of geometry to get the size of the Earth. Cost of measuring the Earth. Let's see, a $6 bubble level, $3 crate.
So what? A $6 spirit level? We're supposed to be
Nathan, you
measuring...
need a nice and flat baseline.
Say again.
Of course you're going to use a level. You need a nice flat baseline.
So he's going to be measuring Earth flat then? And he's using a tool for establishing flatness for $6. Why? Isn't he supposed to be measuring sphericity?
Crayola markers and a ultra-strong trifold foam board for about $10 from Walmart. A $7 protractor from Staples. A $10 laser pointer from...
Sorry, what's the protractor for? We're going to be measuring some angles with respect to levels. Is it just me, or is this already without doubt going to be a flat Earth proof? Thunderfoot's about to measure Earth flat, isn't he? I said it in jest. He is definitely going to measure Earth flat, isn't he?
Yes.
from eBay and about $50 of gas money. That's not a speculative list. That's exactly what I used. Some $85. Now, bear in mind, I'm doing this for the first time. And when you're doing things for the first time, it doesn't always quite go as planned. By which I mean on the day on night I was going to make the first measurement, a giant thunderstorm rolled in. So do you...
Are we all clear? Just so we're not in any sense of ambiguity later on. Thunderfoot is claiming this as a... What's he calling it again?
It's a measurement.
So when Thunderfoot will be measuring a flat Earth, he's got no issue calling it a measurement. Correct? Just thought I'd make a little note of that. It's okay to measure Earth flat and call it a measurement when you're measuring Earth flat and then utilising that measurement of a flat Earth to claim you've claimed a globe measurement with the flat Earth measurement that measured Earth flat. Okay, gotcha.
You think this is going to put a crimp on my measurements? Good. So we have our laser spot just there. And if we zoom out to our Earth, we're going to be on the equator. So if we take...
What's the equator? Anybody know?
The equatorial plane that was measured flat from elevation angles to Polaris. Is that what it is?
So he's taking a flat Earth concept before he's done anything in his windy microphone. Equator? Where'd you get that measurement from?
Elevation angles to Polaris.
So he's got a flat Earth concept that's taken with a flat Earth measurement to give him this equator concept. I see. Using quite a few flat Earth measurements so far, Thunderfoot.
Our line of sight from the equator about there is perfect. The temperate zone out there somewhere, that should be more or less perfect. There he is, still there. And if we come up to the North Pole, which is going to be about there somewhere, to focus on the spot.
What the hell is he doing
up there? So what you'll find is when you're looking at a distant point, at least relative to the size of the sphere that you've got, all the...
Whoa. When you're looking at a distant point relative to the sphere that you've got, what sphere? What's he talking about? Does anybody know what he's babbling about? Beyond his begging the question.
He's assuming level is curved, I suppose, but that doesn't give you an angle, so he can't be assuming that.
Are these lines that are coming off a globe supposed to be angles, then? On his bonnet, he's got a curved line with straight lines like pencils or something coming off them. Are they supposed to be angle measurements? Is that what he's inferring? Because he's not being particularly clear about...
They can't be if they're on a curve.
Well, they're not angles if they're on a curve, no. I don't know, he's being very vague.
The lines are parallel. Okay, so the reason I come to this place, this is the Vidavus, just before a thunderstorm.
And I'm totally lost now. What lines are parallel? Lines on your diagram with pencils lying against a curve are parallel. Okay. What the hell does that have to do with anything?
Well, no, he's going to draw two other lines that are parallel, and one will be representative of the terrestrial plane, and one will be representative of the equatorial plane. And then in the confusion, he'll say that's an angle to a curve.
So what you're suggesting is he's introducing this idea of the light coming parallel to the ground that he can't get an angle from because he's going to be transposing this angle into hell with the justification that the light's coming in parallel, even though he's not demonstrating anything of the sort. He's just saying it with a drawing of a curve and pencils on it and saying it's parallel. What's parallel? I mean, we know what he's talking about. I'm just pointing out how vague he's being with his little magic trick. Okay. Where does he get parallel anything from when he's on a spherical surface? Can someone tell me where he gets parallel anything ever? Anybody?
So far, just on his little piece of paper.
Okay. But he's supposed to be taking measurements in reality.
Is because it's a very distinctive place just outside of Laramie and Cheyenne in Wyoming, and it's on an interstate that goes north-south for a couple of 100 miles.
Couple of 100 miles, what, linear distance north, flat Earth distance, flat Earth direction, flat Earth mile measurement. Okay. Is this a flat map? Why have we used this flat map? Where's the globe evidence other than on his bonnet on a scrawled out piece of paper? Is that the only evidence? Because this looks like it's going to be using the latitude and longitude grid system. It's a flat map. Yeah? So we've got flat maps, flat distances, and flat Earth elevation angles he's about to perform with a scrawled out diagram on his bonnet that suggests it is parallel. We don't know what it is.
So what I need to do is measure a fixed point, which in my case is going to be Polaris, because it is a distant point, which we know is a fixed position in space. And so if we measure it at two different latitudes...
Latitudes? As in a flat Earth elevation angle measurement to Polaris? So we're going to be measuring a flat Earth then? Latitude is an angle with respect to the ground position of Polaris that forms latitude. So we're measuring Earth flat then, Thunderfoot. Welcome to flat Earth. You can't do this measurement unless you're measuring a horizontal baseline to the ground position of Polaris. And that flat straight line represents the ground. It's got ground position below Polaris. That's what latitude is.
We can work out how big the Earth is. Now,
I'm sorry, where does he get that idea that he's taking his begging the question spherical assumption and somehow deriving a spherical size with flat Earth elevation angle measurements? You can't.
It's easy to do. All you have to do is apply a spherical radius to a plane. You can do it in your kitchen. You can do it anywhere. Anywhere you need to be a sphere.
But tell me how you do it with your kitchen.
Well, you take two angle measurements. Well, you could probably do it with one. Yeah, you can do it with one. You just take an angle measurement from your flat baseline, because you need that, and then up to a point on the ceiling, convert that angle to radians, and you can come up with a diameter for the sphericity of your kitchen.
I see. So if you were to, by the same comparison, take the minimum elevation angle to Polaris and infer that that's the outside edge of a sphere, then you could derive a spherical radius from that flat Earth elevation angle measurement that you took to Polaris, correct?
Yes.
In principle, you can do this with any star. It's just much, much easier to do it with the pole star.
So you can measure Earth flat with any star, can you, Thunderfoot? Yeah, we know. It's kind of our shtick at the moment. I mean, if only you'd have kept Earth to date with the flat Earth debate, you'd appreciate that what you're suggesting to your audience requires you measure Earth flat.
Polaris. That's the one in this image that doesn't move. The whole sky apparently rotates around it. It's not, of course. The sky is entirely static. It's just the Earth that's spinning in the middle of it all.
If Earth was rotating underneath as a second non-inertial turning reference frame, then we would have, as claimed, a Coriolis deflection. And if Earth was to turn underneath at 15 degrees an hour, then that would shorten a flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles from the hour and a half that would be the case if Earth was turning underneath it to the 4.5 hours that is actually the case. So no, Earth is definitely not turning underneath as a non-inertial turning reference frame to induce this apparent effect of the stars, because there'd be consequences. The consequences are very much laid down in your globe Earth rhetoric. They're called Coriolis effect, something we do not observe. Beyond the stars that you're inferring that would give us this 15 degrees an hour of rotational value as a consequence of something you have not validated. That would be the second non-inertial turning reference frame you just claimed Earth was by a pure fiat begging the question fallacy. No, absolutely not. You described it correctly the first time. The apparent motion of the stars as a causal influencer for Earth turning needs to be validated scientifically. You'd think you'd know that. It isn't, and the net result of the effect would be Coriolis deflection, which we do not see.
And it's just coincidence that we have a fairly bright star near the North Celestial Pole. All we're going to do is measure the altitude of the pole.
Sorry, North Celestial Pole, as in the celestial northern hemisphere wrapped around the equatorial plane and extended celestial plane. Those are flat Earth descriptions. Am I missing something, anybody?
I think we missed first step of measuring a globe. You have to first assume the Earth is a globe. I think we missed that part.
No, that's the second step. The first step is measuring a flat Earth. The second step is to assume that the flat Earth measurement that you have just taken can be calculable into a spherical value, as explained by John earlier. Back in the day, we assumed incorrectly that the first step was to assume automatically that you have a ball to be standing on. That is not the case. In order to create the ball for you two back in the day, and until a few moments ago, assume you are standing on by default, that's a begging the question of a sphere, like Thunderfoot did at the beginning of this video, you would first have to have a ball for you to believe you're standing on by begging the question fallacy. And that requires creating the ball with these angle measurements that Thunderfoot is measuring with respect to a plane. They're angles.
Star from 2 different latitudes. Well, according to the weather forecast...
Latitudes, 2 different ones. 2 areas of equal elevation with respect to Polaris measured off a flat plane with an angle there, Thunderfoot. You seem to be utilising multiple flat Earth measurements, my friend. Welcome to Flat Earth, Thunderfoot. It's great to have you. Thanks for confirming precisely what we've been going through. In no, subtle terms since the beginning of this year. On the front foot, we are describing what you are describing, how Earth is measured. Flat.
It's going to pass. We'll see. So on the first night, the thunderstorm did actually clear long enough for me to get a measurement of it, before the Earth spun quietly under the stars for the...
Now, you see, if Earth was turning underneath the stars, it would be a non-inertial turning reference frame and would have Coriolis effect. That's purely your religious belief leaking out into this measurement that you're actually taking. With respect to a flat plane, when you look at a star that doesn't move called Polaris, giving you your latitude. That's a flat Earth measurement.
The rest of the evening. And like I say, I chose a landmark that would be in both of these shots, so that's the Vidavus there. Then, with a bright, fresh, early start, you have to drive a few hundred miles or kilometers south, which meant...
South? What, with respect to a plane? So you're taking a flat Earth direction then? Notice he's not saying up or around or anything spherical in terms of his directionality. He's utilising a flat Earth to travel.
Driving past Denver, which I didn't think would be too bad, but turned out to be a complete nightmare for someone who is used to driving the great sand dunes, the foothills, the Sangre de Cristos. But nonetheless, it turns out it's actually quite hard to operate a few in the Sangre de Cristos. And because nothing is ever easy, I'm now here in the great sand dunes in Colorado where there are gazillions of mosquitoes. But nonetheless.
Nonetheless, what? You've managed to establish a horizontal plane of reference for this angle? Yeah, you'd need one. And you're measuring a line between you and the ground position of the star you're measuring. Measuring. Say it one more time. Measuring. Now, obviously, after taking this flat Earth elevation angle measurement to Polaris, he's going to claim that this is a measurement of Earth that he calculates after taking this flat Earth measurement. Now, for some reason, we have numpties in our own community that can't accept this as a measurement in spite of the fact that it is, absolutely, without question, a measurement of a flat Earth. Because he's measuring latitude. That's positions that are derived from this measurement and put onto the ground, utilising the ground position with this measurement. So, just to recap, this measurement is 2 straight lines, one of which is along the ground. He's just had to level his equipment so that he has a horizontal plane of reference in order to make the measurement in the first place. So, he's measuring Earth flat. You don't get angles along the ground if the ground is curving away from you. And the idea that the ground is curving away from you will be derived from this measurement of a flat Earth. Well done, Thunderfoot. 2 for 2.
It turns out it's actually quite hard to operate a few cameras in the dark and get good footage while being eaten by mosquitoes. So I don't actually have any good footage of how I did the measurements here, apart from the...
I'll tell you, and I'll define it for you. What you would have been taking is something called an elevation angle. It's a measurement between you and the star that you are measuring for latitude in this instance. That would be Polaris. So let's just define what an elevation angle is. Target elevation between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane through the line of sight. Positive angles are measured upwards from the horizontal plane. That's principles of naval ordnance and gunnery. Alternatively, the altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Sustainable by design, altitude angle. I've got a whole bunch of these definitions. They all make it explicitly clear that Earth is flat for this measurement. Because it's an angle. It's not two curved lines meeting at a vertex. It's not one straight and one curved line meeting at a vertex either. It's a horizontal baseline between you and the ground position of Polaris, which is flat. It can't be anything other than flat. It's an angle measurement. So I wonder how he'll get around this. Yeah, I already know he'll send the angle to hell. He's already justified it earlier on 3 minutes before by saying something about it being parallel. Yeah, that'll be his justification to move this line that won't give him an angle measurement. That's a fact. He's just taken it with respect to horizontal with a spirit level. That's what he's established. Well, there are no horizontals on a ball. The ball that he'll be utilising is created with this process he's now doing.
Time lapse where you can see me pointing the laser at the stars. So this was at the Great Sand Dunes, which, yeah, I assure you are there, but they're kind of a little low in this picture. So how do I actually make these measurements? Well,
low in the picture? What do you mean, low? Again, you keep using these terms, high, low, north, south. These are all terms that are reference to a plane.
A week or so later, I did actually get some nice video footage of how I did these measurements. So,
that's flat. That's a horizontal plane of reference. That's you levelling, what, with respect to the ball you're on? Does not compute, I'm afraid, there, Thunderfoot. No, you would need a horizontal plane of reference, and that's exactly what you're establishing for your ground position measurement below Polaris, along this straight line that you're levelling with this tool. For pennies, right? You can establish how flat you need to be on Earth for this angle measurement with a few dollars, right? Yeah, how cheap it is to measure Earth flat. Because that's precisely what you're doing.
My spirit level, as you can see, is quite level. Now, what I'm going to...
What, on a ball? Does he not understand what level means when he's got something on the ground and he's levelling for an angle that's going to be extending all the way along the ground to the bottom point below Polaris? It's ground position. You're proving Earth's flat, Thunderfoot! Hello? You should have kept up to date with the flat Earth debate. You are measuring a flat Earth. What a clown.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to come out the wide so that you can see.
Can we just check, because I already know where this is going. Is this measurement in the centre of hell? Anybody?
No,
Anybody
but
at
it's
all?
parallel with it.
Parallel? Parallel with what? Hell?
Yes, it's parallel with it.
There is no parallel with hell on a ball. What are you talking about? If I bring up this diagram, what are you talking about? See the one on screen right now? In order to have a parallel, you've got to have a horizontal plane of reference as described on the top of this ball. This is what he's actually doing, okay? This light, although it's the sun in the diagram, doesn't matter. It's all the same. This is Polaris. He's measuring an angle between him and the ground position of Polaris. That's a latitude measurement. That's what he's doing. Why is he levelling his tool? Well, because he's establishing a horizontal plane of reference for this line. It's part of the angle measurement of Earth. because that's this line, the baseline, with a ground position. This is a flat Earth measurement, and the way he's establishing a horizontal plane is with this tool. I didn't get an answer to my question. Is this measurement that is on Earth flat, is it in hell?
Not at all.
Okay.
On the surface.
Let's just make a quick note of that, audience members, that this measurement's taken with respect to the surface of Earth. So we're clear what's actually been measured. It's flat. It's the surface. That's what he's measuring. To get it as flat as possible, he's bought a spirit level. He ain't measuring Polaris where he's standing now, is he? He's measuring 2 straight lines, one along the ground below Polaris and one to it with a laser light. So we're all clear we're measuring Earth flat on the surface when we measure.
How the hell I did these measurements? You get your piece of paper, which is now going to be level. So what you would do is you get your laser pointer, you get your elevation right, like that. And once you've got it right...
Sorry, you get your elevation with the pointer. When he says elevation, does he mean his height above sea level? Or does he mean the elevation angle? You need to be more specific. Elevation means height. With what respect to? Oh, sea level. That's how height's measured. That's off a flat Earth too. If you're just talking about elevation angle, then it's the line of sight between you and the object in the sky and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, as per my definitions. You're playing fast and loose with them. You need to be more specific. Elevation of what?
Right, you would get your marker pen and you just draw down both sides of the laser pointer, and then you measure it up the next day. And in practice, it looks like this, with the star I'm pointing it at being Alderon.
Sorry. Meanwhile, you showed the actual process at dusk with no lights against the backdrop of the spirit level. I wonder why that was done in smoke and mirrors rather than in studio lighting to define exactly what you're doing. Maybe if it was in a really dusky, hardly, barely lit scenario, no one will notice that you're measuring a flat Earth. Except us, Thunderfoot, who didn't need to be well lit for us to know exactly what you're doing.
Sorry, the star I'm pointing it at is Polaris.
Real quick, Nathan, he did mention that his piece of paper was level as well.
This is what he's doing. On screen now, nicely lit, so you can see what Thunderfoot is doing. He's measuring Earth flat with an angle. I realised that when this charlatan decided to do it, he put it in very, very crap lighting and said, oh, I didn't really know how to get the measurement and I couldn't get it the first night, but let's move on and then give you half of the measurement and show you a spirit level against a backdrop of something you can't see and describe my paper as level. So level's got something to do with this then. Yeah, we've got a line along the ground that needs to be level. Along the ground. Yeah, we're measuring Earth flat here, ladies and gentlemen. There is no two ways about what's going on. Doesn't matter how badly lit Thunderfoot shows the method.
The pole star, which is super easy to find once you can see the stars of the Big Dipper. And that you just take the bottom 2 stars of the Big Dipper and they always point towards the pole star, which, if you can see it, will always be due north. Okay.
Like due north? With respect to a plane? Like towards the direction of the horizon when you lay a compass flat on a flat map? That sort of directionality that requires Earth be flat to describe it? Does this guy know what he's doing? You're proving a flat Earth left and right.
Welcome to the back of my rental car, where I occasionally sleep, and also a laboratory for measuring the size of the Earth. Right, so previously we had our laser pointer, and we were pointing it at the pole star, and this...
What about the other line? Is he not going? Does he not mention the other line of the angle, ever? Anybody who's watched this, does he just mention the one line and think if nobody notices that there's 2 lines to an angle, one's along the ground, that no one will notice?
He can't mention it because as soon as he does, well, he obviously knows that he's lying if
Okay.
he's not going to mention that bottom line.
No worries. I'll just put it on screen for my audience that isn't going to be deceived by Thunderfoot Clown and his deceit by omission. This is the line along the ground. It forms part of the angle. It's called a baseline. It runs to the GP of Polaris. That's called a ground position. What is a ground position? Well, it's the point at the zenith of the star if you were standing below it, and 90 degrees to your position. 90 degrees being a square box that you could put at the ground position and run along the ground to where Thunderfoot's making this measurement. He doesn't seem to want to mention the fact that he's measuring Earth flat. He just keeps measuring this line and describing this line only. Well, an angle's 2 lines, Thunderfoot, you deceitful little man. Yeah? You're measuring Earth flat and just thinking that you can get away with not mentioning the baseline. It's part of the angle measurement.
This was.
I think he's in line with the rhetoric.
Flat.
Say again?
I don't think he's deceitful. I think he's in line with the rhetoric. This is exactly what they teach them.
Okay. Well, what he's just been showing is a measurement of a flat Earth, so regardless of what he's about to do on paper, he's just measured Earth flat. Beyond this point, I don't give a toss, really, beyond this point. What he does on his car is kind of irrelevant to me, because I couldn't care less. The measurement was a flat Earth measurement, wasn't it?
Yes, but they have to measure Earth flat to get their sphere belief. That's part of the rhetoric.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we can go through the advanced heliocentric conversion after deriving the globe itself from the radial value derived from Polaris to give him a radial value to start inferring that he's got parallel light rays to move what he has just measured with respect to the surface of Earth into hell, based on having a hell that was derived from flat Earth measurements to give him a model to put the angle in hell with. So we can watch that, but I'm going to dwell here for a bit. I'm going to take it off my audience's screen and stay with this instead. This is what he's just done. He's just measured Earth flat. Now, while we could just whistle past that graveyard straight into how he now utilises the measurement he's just made, with a bit of darkness and a bit of smoke and mirrors to hide the fact he's measuring a flat baseline, to move very swiftly on to seeing how he'll utilise that measurement of a flat Earth to create a spherical surface that he's already assumed, to derive a radial value that he already thinks he's got. Well, no, I don't care beyond this point. He's just made a measurement of a flat Earth. Who cares what he does after this? I mean, it's fun telling people on Omi TV about how the process he's about to enlighten us with in the next few minutes is how the Roman Catholic Church created a globe to put you on. But ultimately, the process is now complete in terms of measurement. No more measurements will be made. We've got our measurement off the surface. It was an angle. That's been done. So we've measured Earth flat. I wonder what he'll do next. Who cares? Yeah? His audience were shown this angle against a darkened car. I'm showing it in the light of day that it needs to be shown. It's a flat Earth angle measurement to Polaris. It can't be anything else. It's an angle. Now, these lines that move towards ground positions, in this case of Polaris, cannot be on tangents in space, because then it wouldn't be a ground position anymore. But that's what you'll need for this measurement, as slippery, let's call it, with the truth, as Thunderfoot wants to be. You've measured Earth flat, son. I mean, we could. I don't even think it's necessary. We could get into what he does with the measurement after the fact. Do we even need to go through what he's going to do with his measurement? Do we need to see him transpose what we've taken as a measurement into hell? Do we need to do that?
No, the measurement's all that matters. Calculation's irrelevant.
Yeah, so it's game over. Thunderfoot, you measured Earth flat, mate. Now, as I say, we could dwell on what you do with the measurement after the fact, but your calculations will be defying this measurement, because they'll be implying that there was a surface that didn't have a ground position to get the measurement from, and in order for it to still function as an angle, you need to put it in the equatorial plane, extended to the celestial plane, in hell. Not where you got the measurement, that would be on the surface. That would be this. This is the measurement Thunderfoot just made. It is a measurement. It is with respect to the surface. It does have a ground position. It will be a straight flat line along the ground. Earth is flat. That's how Thunderfoot just measured it. I think we've dwelled on the fact that we've already won at this point, and the rest of what he has to say about what he extrapolates out after his flat Earth measurement is irrelevant. Have we pondered that long enough for us to potentially dwell on his crappy measurements and extrapolations after this measurement of Earth flat? Have I dwelled on it long enough? No, I think I'll do a little call to action. This is the right time to do something different. We'll come back to your extrapolation after your flat Earth measurement later, Thunderfoot. In the meantime, at this nice little conclusory point for me as a flat earther telling people Earth's measured flat, go and let Thunderfoot know. There's a link going by in my live stream chat now. I would hope that were he to respond, he'd put a link to my video so I could share in the YouTube algorithmic love that he is so fortunate to receive, where by decree of Congress we are shoved to the bottom of the list and literally, quote, censored. Because we wouldn't want anything beyond the garbage extrapolation that he's about to go on to be the main focus. It doesn't matter that he's put the dark light of dusk over the actual measurement of a flat Earth. Let's get on to him describing parallel light rays moving to hell, I guess. No. Go and let Thunderfoot know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me to let you know you measure Earth flat with elevation angles to Polaris. Welcome to Flat Earth, Thunderfoot. I'm sending my audience to let you know that you either are stupid or you're deceitful. There's only two choices. You either know that the measurement you're making is with respect to a flat baseline and you just thought it'd be, what? Better not mentioning it. No, that's deceitful. Or you're stupid. One or the other. I don't care which. You have measured Earth flat, and my audience is going to be there to let you know that fact. Because you did. That's how Earth's measured. There's no uncertain terms about it. Globers measure Earth flat, and we told you at the beginning of the year there'll be more and more examples of globe Earth believers measuring Earth flat. And here we are with a nice big YouTuber, PhD Thunderfoot clown, moving on from gas go down, go boom boom like bouncy balls poured into a fish tank onto I'll measure Earth flat with an elevation angle. An imaginary line between me and Polaris and a horizontal plane that I'm standing on, right, Thunderfoot? Well, you'd need to be standing on a flat plane for that. As you absolutely were. Please let him know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment, no swearing, so it doesn't immediately get flagged by the YouTube censorship team as being removable because you've said the F word. Polite comment, just let him politely know that he measures Earth flat, and Nathan Oakley sent you to tell him.
This was made level by a spirit level.
Made level for the angle that's going to extend to the base of Polaris. Well, that's lovely. That was what we pointed out when you were not giving the methodology of this measurement of a flat Earth. Yeah, it was nice and level. Where'd you get that on your ball? You don't. So this is immediately in his process of deriving this angle measurement to put in hell. He's already failed, hasn't he? So in his extrapolation and calculation, he's describing an angle that will not come from a curve and telling me how nice and level it is. Not on a ball, mate. That's a fail immediately. Your description's violating the original measurement, mate. You'd need the angle to have a surface to it, a flat baseline. Now, if you're going to put this on a diagrammatical ball, you don't have an angle anymore. There are no nice and levels on a ball. Don't you know what a ball is? I do. It came from the flat Earth measurements you just took.
And then I would point the angle up such that I got the elevation right for...
So you'd point the angle off a flat Earth up, off the surface where you took this measurement and got nice and level on the surface. Yeah, you did. You did measure a flat Earth. That's correct. My audience has let you know that, hasn't it?
The pole star. And the reason the lines are a little on the wide side for this is because they're being drawn with a fairly chunky marker, but you know, as long as they're parallel lines, that should be good.
As long as what are parallel lines? Sorry, lines, plural. Correct me if I'm wrong, did we only see one line going up to the sky, or did we see multiple parallel lines? Is he just making stuff up that didn't happen? Seems like he's just making stuff up. There were not multiple lines in what you just shown us. What you showed us was a single line up to Polaris. What are you babbling about? Where's this parallel crap coming from? You dropped it in earlier and I was kind of confused. Now I'm really confused. What is parallel? The lines you've drawn on this diagram are parallel. What the hell does that have to do with anything? You're measuring an angle with one line to the star and one line on the ground. You're not mentioning the line along the ground, but you're talking about multiple invented imaginary lines that are coming down from the sky. Where the hell did they come from? Did you hallucinate them, man? There weren't any! You stupid nutter! What parallel lines? Am I going nuts? Is it me? Let's not project my own potential insanity onto Thunderfoot. Did I miss the multiple parallel lines now being described? Where was that shown? Anybody at all?
No,
I'm not sure
you
what he's
didn't
talking
miss
about.
it. I think that's him intentionally being deceitful at this point.
Well, we don't get a mention of the line along the ground, but we do get a mention of multiple hallucination and imaginary parallel lines that we didn't see. We didn't see them, Thunderfoot, you hallucinating mate. Now me, I'll just go through the angle that he's describing again and how nice and level it is. What, the baseline? The other bit of the angle that he didn't mention? You'd think you'd have mentioned that other than these imaginary hallucinated parallel lines that nobody saw. I'll focus on that other part of the angle. See this bit? That's the bit up to Polaris. See this bit? That's the bit he levelled on the ground. And it's going to extend all the way to the GP of Polaris on the ground. Earth's flat. Just like Thunderfoot measured it.
So, we have the ones in blue.
Go ahead, Brian.
Each one of those lines that he's drawing are meeting a point on the surface of a convex globe, and none of those points are level with each other. They all will have a drop. From each point, there will be a drop to every other point. So how is he using a spirit level to get level, and then completely denying the level that he just used?
You did join a little bit late, but I did actually point that out. Is immediately when he described getting a nice and level with respect to a sphere in his diagram, you're like, no, number one, you don't get that. And if you're going to suggest it, then your immediate first principle presumption in your calculation, derived from a flat Earth measurements, violate the original measurement. First thing you did.
Yeah, I mean, well, what does the spirit level do? Does it make two ends of a tangent plane level? Do you know what I mean? It's ridiculous. Like,
no, you can't use a spirit level to establish tangency. Tangency is a single point. Spirit levels don't work like that. Spirit levels establish planes of reference that would be needed for elevation angle measurements. I defined that too with two different definitions that made it clear. Horizontal plane of reference the observer is standing on is what you are measuring for this angle. He just didn't mention it. Like I say, he's gone into this batshit hallucination world of parallel lights that aren't being shown. Okay, well, it's just hallucinating.
Blue are from when it was windy in Laramie, and then we drove south, when
Sorry, back to the flat Earth map that you're using. This isn't a globe-shaped map. Yeah, it's using the grid. It's two-dimensional. It's a flat map for your flat journey with your linear distance measurements that you're following and confirming when you drive. Yeah, this is all flat. Is it just occasionally you'll draw on a scroll of paper on your bonnet and say that somehow the flat Earth that you've just travelled on, referenced for directions, utilised for elevation/elevation angle, you weren't very specific, being a PhD and all. All of these things need a flat Earth. You even describe something being below in your camera. Again, where are you getting these descriptions of flat Earths to insert into your fundamentalist sphere belief? Does it just drop in on your bonnet? And nowhere else. Everything else is flat, but occasionally I'll violate the very measurement I've just made to infer that we've got some sphericity. Then I'm back to my flat Earth maps and my flat Earth directions and my flat Earth distances.
we got the red ones, which is where it was.
Go on, John.
I was just going to say, the trick is to every time you reference something that requires Earth to be flat, you pick up a sphere and hold it. And then you can think that the flat Earth is a sphere.
Pathetic.
Absolute mosquito territory. So what I've got to do
is insert some fluff.
beyond
All
pathetic.
it's the flat Earth angle you measured. Sorry, go ahead. Is that just somebody hot micing by accident? Clearly, yes.
is I've got to measure up these angles, for which I'm going to cheat and use a protractor. So, to make my life easier, I am going to get some parallel lines drawn on this thing.
Is that protractor got a curved base
No.
line on it?
No, it hasn't.
Oh.
No, the protractor's got a flat base, and the line that it's measuring must be flat. It's an angle. It's two straight lines meeting at a vertex. He's just measured two straight lines with respect to the ground position of Polaris. Now, what he's just said is, I'm going to draw these parallel lines in to make life easier. So you hallucinate that there's all sorts of parallel lines that you don't see, didn't produce, aren't measuring, but they're going to make your life easier. No, your life would be made easier if you had the second line to your angle. It's not just the line up to Polaris. Again, you failed to describe that, but now life's being made easier with multiple laser lights that went up parallel? We didn't see this. Is make life easier, in quotes, just make stuff up? This wasn't in your demonstration, you clown. What deceitful man.
Line 1, that's good. Parallel line 2, super. Okay, let's measure up this blue guy first. And as you can see, we measure the angle fairly accurately.
Off a flat Earth? Yeah, you will, because what you're describing now, with your hand on one side and the other of a flat protractor base, is a flat Earth measurement to the star Polaris. Now, we're not measuring to the point out tangent to the globe that's dangling beneath this protractor. So if you imagine that there's a globe Earth dangling beneath this now, yeah, because that's what he's going to do. He's going to pretend that the measurement is from the point with a dangling dingleberry Earth. Again, if he'd have kept up to date with the flat Earth debate, he'd know some of these terms. But we're measuring off the surface. And a single point on a globe won't give him an angle because the line isn't going out into space, it's on the ground. So this fails. Again, why we've got all sorts of different laser lights, I'm just for my own sanity. Did anybody else see multiple different parallel laser lights all fired off at the same time when he did the demonstration? Did anybody see what he's now drawn?
Negative.
So he's just a deceiver. You're just a liar, Thunderfoot. You didn't do this.
He just raised the horizontal plane up. Instead of being on the ground, he raised it up into the ground. Or up into the sky from the ground.
Yeah, I don't know what it's because he's got a parallel plane and sky when they actually measure it. That's how he is actually dealing with the measurement.
What he actually did is he denied horizontal after using horizontal, and then he's going to bring that horizontal that he initially used and place it at the equatorial plane of the globe. Even though that won't be horizontal because it's inside a globe.
Yeah, so he's going to, as we already knew, he's going to move this angle into hell to make it function in a globe, not on a globe where the measurement that's now been violated originated. So he's going to violate the measurement of a surface level angle to a star with a baseline and put that now in space, not meeting the ground, only at a single point line that doesn't give him an angle, into hell.
I think this is a great example of the axiomatic relationship that level must be horizontal to get an elevation angle.
Yeah, not only does he not have this level, he doesn't have anything parallel with it if the Earth is a sphere. Now, the idea that Earth is a sphere has come from these derived angle measurements in the first place, for him to beg the question of it, to then claim he's measured a point, not a line, to a ground position that's in space, then capable of being moved down to the extended equatorial and celestial planes.
41, 42 and a half. $35, $36, $37 and a half, and that's Sand dunes. Okay, so those are all my numbers, and my spreadsheet assures me that the average of all of these is 37.2, and the average of all of these is 41.8.
Seriously, who cares? He's got these meeting lines that aren't on a globe. What he's just drawn, just make a note of the number, 821. What he's just drawn is angles meeting a flat plane. That's what this diagram is. Now, he's got a parallel line running with surface level. Okay, fine. But he's got a line that's meeting a flat plane. The angles that he's measuring in this diagram, this is his flat plane, this is the angle meeting it. That's what he's just measured. Where's the ball? Anybody? Where's the ball?
That's going to come later. Don't worry. We'll get to the
we're
ball
describing the
after we measure
measurements.
Earth flat.
So far, this is a flat Earth measurement that he's diagrammatically representing with loads of parallel light rays that he didn't take angle measurements with. There was only 2 different locations. Apparently, it makes it easier. Okay, fine, whatever, you delusionary, hallucinogen-induced man, because you didn't see any of that, and we definitely didn't get to see it in your video, you just imagined it. Meanwhile, this is a plane of reference. That's part of the angle. Here's the angle. That's it. You've measured Earth flat. There's no ball involved.
Okay, so we have a difference of about 4.6 degrees. Yep. Now we need
degrees. What? As in baseline versus line to the item in the sky, measured in radians or degrees. So we've got values that come from a flat plane being described with the diagram on the left still just poking out. That's a flat Earth that he's described these angles meeting. Does anybody see a ball-shaped line in the left-hand side of this diagram? This is what the angle met according to his diagram, and he's just drawn it out with respect to what he measured. This is the ground. It's flat. In his own admission, this isn't ball-shaped. Someone says the ball will come later. Like I said already, I've already concluded my point. Earth's just been measured flat. What he has to extrapolate out with those flat Earth measurements is kind of irrelevant. We'll see what he does anyway.
know the distance that corresponds to going 4.6 degrees around the Earth. Okay, so we're going to work in kilometers.
Oh, you didn't go 4.6 degrees around a bent line, did you? The line that you meant wasn't measured wasn't bent in the last diagram. So you're saying that the distance you travelled to measure those two different angles with respect to a plane of reference was around a bent reference line that wouldn't have given you an angle. Again, he's just violated by pure fiat. He's just inserted this, I'm going around a bent line. If you were going around a bent line that you just measured and calculated from, you wouldn't have got your calculations because they wouldn't be angles anymore. Because you've just inferred that the baseline you just took those measurements from was curved. The base wasn't curved, you deceitful man. None of your measurements would have been of angles if it was. So what are you talking about moving around a curve? That was your baseline. The guy's just a charlatan, isn't he? So you violate that line that you use for the angle to claim that the ground is curving now? Definitely not, you just took an angle from it.
Kilometers. And we're going to set this.
This is a flat map with a two-dimensional grid system. This isn't ball-shaped either. So again, we've dropped in assumption just by pure fiat. Oh, and by the way, the curved baseline I just used for angles is curved, and we've got a certain amount of degrees around the protractor I just measured with. Definitely not, Thunderfoot. Meanwhile, you're using a flat map. Why would it be flat? Surely you'd have a ball-shaped map to make your point clear to everybody that everything's always ball-shaped and reference ball-shaped. No, the maps are flat because they too must work with elevation angles to the stars. They were derived from elevation angles to the stars with respect to sea level and the topographical height differences of the land in reference to sea level, which is level. Earth is flat, your map's flat, your process is flat, your measurement's flat, Earth is flat.
This to 200 is only going to be approximate this. And our first point that we measured was just here in Laramie. And our second point was here in the Great Sand Dunes. And it's almost exactly 400 kilometers.
On your flat map, Brian, have you got anything to say about this? He's using a compass to show the distance with respect to the scale on a flat map. Brian's obviously buggered off.
Okay.
One moment.
So we know that we've got a sphere.
Nathan?
Yes.
Sorry. I had to just get to the phone. I wasn't
No worries.
expecting you to call me. Yeah, I have something to say about it. It's either, this whole video is either him attempting some kind of a troll of us, or he's actually stupid enough to believe what he's doing. It's only one or the other. I don't even think that it's even deception. I think he's just doesn't see that what he's doing is proving our point. I don't know.
I agree with you, Brian. This isn't deception. This is the rhetoric.
This is stupidity then. If you can't recognise that you measure... No, because why put it in the dark and not mention the baseline if it's not deceit? He didn't mention it. I've got it on screen. I've kept it on screen. This is the line that he measured. His angle that he did the calculations with, after he'd used this straight line for the angle in his calculations that he did on the right-hand side of his page, with two parallel lines with angles meeting them on the left-hand side of his page, he then inferred that this was a curved line and that he'd moved a certain amount of degrees along a curved line, which wouldn't have given him his measurement. Now, you're saying, well, that's how the rhetoric works. I agree. But if you understand that you're measuring a line for literally 50% of the measurement itself, it's only two lines. Why not mention the baseline unless it's deceitful and he knows damn well what people might cotton on to if he makes it just that little bit too obvious that half the angles along a flat Earth?
Well, he is using a straight line that he's willing to accept that he's using when it's the equatorial plane. So he could say, I'm not denying, here is the line at the center of my globe. Because that's, I mean, I really do think that he's just purely brainwashed, just a brainwashed idiot. That's the only way I could. I don't even think, because if it was deception, he'd be doing better than that. I don't know. I just think it's. I'm with John. I just think it's the rhetoric.
And we know we've got 2 points on it. The spread by about.
No, you haven't got 2 points on it. You've got 2 angles from the surface. See the subtle introduction of 2 points. You don't get angles from points. You get angles
Nathan,
from straight lines.
You've done the dancing bear, right? Where you've counted the passes and missed the dancing bear. That means you're dishonest. I can show a video with the dancing bear and you counted the number of passes and you missed the dancing bear.
Yeah, now you've got to draw the analogy and compare it to this. Go ahead.
He's missing the dancing bear, the flat plane that he's using to calculate these things. He's not drawing attention to it because he's not paying attention to it. He's lost all respect for the plane of reference.
The one he just measured.
Are you saying, John, that he's committing a dancing bear fallacy?
I guess so. I don't know what else to call it.
About 5 degrees. And that's about 400 kilometers. That bit there.
So what he's now done is, instead of the degrees being between the horizontal plane of reference and the light in the sky, the degrees is now a twisting of the globe. The globe has become the protractor. This is actually really useful. I have tried to explain this to people so many times in the last 8 months, 9 months now, right? And it's so hard to explain that at some point you've got to do the switcheroo. You've got to take an angle from a flat plane, the one he showed you, drawn diagrammatically with somehow useful loads of parallel lines. Yeah, that's the baseline, that's the ground, for the ground position below Polaris. Flat Earth. Now, It's not the angle he's measuring that forms the ground, it's the protractor being twisted that forms the distance that was flat on his flat map that he showed you only 30 seconds ago. So now it's a distance that isn't a flat and linear distance on a flat map, it's how much we twist the protractor we just used to make the measurement of a flat Earth. Because the protractor's now the globe.
So how many of those slices do you need to go all the way around and multiply it by 400? And it turns out we need about 77 of these slices to go all the way around the Earth. And
you're not in hell measuring angles from hell. Go ahead.
I want to say about the protractor there, because I pointed this out yesterday when myself and QE and Adam and John watched it. The protractor, what he's actually doing is he's placing it at the center of his globe, the baseline of it, at the equatorial plane. And then he's measuring along the surface of the protractor via the angle. So he's taking those 2 points, the point he was at, in comparison to the top of the protractor, he's treating that as the North Pole. And the second point, he's then treating that as a point that's either north or south of that first point. And via the angle from that flat plane, he's measuring along the surface of the protractor in nautical miles and claiming a globe.
And 77 times 400.
Sorry, I thought you were
done. This is the trick. Yeah,
yes,
no,
yes, that is the trick. Yes.
Because it starts with the celestial dome, right, which is between two flat planes. So, but the best way to represent that mathematically is a flat plane and an arc. So that's why they use the protractor. That represents it mathematically in orthographic form. Then, what he's doing is if you treat the top of that protractor, the arc of it, as a mathematical celestial dome, just place a smaller protractor inside that, and that's the arc of the globe, or one hemisphere. Hemisphere. That's what he's doing. This is how he fools himself into believing that's actually measuring something.
I've got it up from my slides that I made from the presentation I did at the end of last week, or beginning of this week. I'll lose track of time. Anyway, so what we've now got is, here's the plane we've been describing as the plane that's equatorial and extended celestial. Well, on this diagram, we've just got the celestial equator marked as this circle of equal elevation. That's a flat plane. Then what he's describing is the angle that he's just measured from hell, marked here as 40 degrees. Well, the angle is between you and the horizontal plane of reference the observer is standing on, as measured by Thunderfoot, and the light in the sky. Well, when he takes it from the surface, it doesn't give him an angle. So he has to justify it by saying all the light's coming in parallel, therefore I'm legitimate in putting me in hell and making the globe the protractor around me. Let's just see if I can find a... here we go. So this is how you've actually taken the measurement off a plane with an angle to a point in the sky, whatever it may be, and the ground position below it. That's latitude in this example from Thunderfoot. If you can then imagine that the light that is extended out to this point by your view is actually a much bigger circle all the way around here, then this becomes the globe. But once you've created it with those flat Earth angle measurements to the North Star, you've then got to transpose that person's position on top of it to have you believe you're standing on it. Obviously, you don't get an angle anymore, so when it comes to actually functionally using these angles, they transpose it back into hell, which is precisely the process that Thunderfoot's just described, ending up with this. You in hell, standing on an extended equatorial plane, that's the surface of Earth, with the globe that you're no longer getting a measurement from, you're in it, representing the angle with respect to that plane from the centre of hell.
Is, according to the spreadsheet, 31,000 kilometres, which is definitely on the small side. Yeah, just so we're clear, the actual circumference of the Earth is about 40,000 kilometres.
Now you might think I'd be kind of upset and feel inferior and
failure in being about 10,000 kilometers off in the size of the Earth. But
let me get it straight. Even when you used a flat Earth elevation angle measurement to Polaris and went to the extent of actually following this process, you still ballsed it up, did you, man? Well done. I mean, I didn't need any of your extrapolations to go in the right direction for you or the wrong way for you. It's embarrassing that you cocked it up. But they're only extrapolations based on flat Earth measurements to begin with, so who cares? But still, you ballsed it up. You couldn't even get the extrapolations and calculations right. Well done.
But in reality, for less than $100, less than a day, and for using a high school protractor and a $10 bubble level,
and a flat Earth baseline to the ground position of Polaris, you're not going to mention those bits that you absolutely needed.
I'm actually pretty happy with that. You see, I can actually...
Me too. You measured Earth flat. You proved our point that we've been barking on about since the beginning of 2024. Well done, right on cue.
You look up the cheat codes and find out what the actual answers are.
So cheat codes, what you'll do with these angles that came from a flat Earth. Here's that flat Earth that you got the angles from again. It's just poking out the side of your left-hand side of frame. Yeah? You don't have these on a globe, mate. And the calculations that you've got on the middle of the frame, all of those calculations are angles that have got two straight lines. Let's just put up on screen what these measurements are with respect to. They were with respect to these angles that he took. One along the ground, one to Polaris. Now, without this straight flat line that he extrapolated out after the fact, violating the measurement, and therefore violating the initial angle calculations, he suggests that this line's bent. It isn't. You're delusional. Furthermore, there aren't multiple lines coming in when you measure one line to the Polaris and one along the ground, so you can suggest that this angle measurement with respect to the surface that has absolutely nothing to do with the ball and cannot function on a ball is justifiably put inside a ball. No. We measure Earth flat and that's all there is to it. And so do they. We've been saying this since 2024. We've been hinting at it all through 2023, but now we can make it overtly clear to all. Earth is measured flat whether you're a globe believer like Thunderfoot or a realist that knows that measurements with respect to a flat plane of reference are just that. They're not measurements with respect to a flat plane of reference that can later be bent. It isn't. But you're entitled to your belief. You can bastardize these flat Earth measurements into bent lines for baselines all you like, Thunderfoot. You can transpose those lines that wouldn't be giving you angle measurements off the surface of a sphere into hell to satisfy your globe belief all you like. Meanwhile, you did measure the surface nice and level. End quote, Thunderfoot.
The latitude for the Betelgeuse is about half a degree high. Yeah, well, measured in the aftermath of a thunderstorm. And the latitude for the sand dunes was
half a degree higher with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, then? Yeah.
About half a degree low, while being...
So, half a degree lower with respect to the horizontal plane of reference. It was lower towards the horizon than it should have been when you measured Earth flat, like in this diagram. On the left, you just got it poking out a little bit. You just got a little bit of a hint of the flat Earth that you'd need for the angle. Where's the globe in this diagram? I mean, this is the maths with all the measurements, isn't it, Thunderfoot? You'd think you'd have a globe next to it, wouldn't you? No, but you haven't, have you? You're measuring a flat Earth, and that's why all the calculations are based on those two straight lines with respect to the ground. Earth's measured flat for everyone. Doesn't matter if you've got a globe belief, you'll still measure Earth flat just like Thunderfoot does. And did. And will always.
Eaten by mosquitoes. Put the correct numbers in, and of course the size of the Earth comes out perfect. So how big is a half-degree error in reality? Okay, for a perspective of angular sizes, the little finger at arm's length, which is about...
This is a flat Earth prerequisite? We're talking about angles then. One of them's going to be the base, the ground, and the other is going to be the angle in the vertical with respect to the horizontal for the angle, to describe this as angular. Yeah, perspective, you don't have, Thunderfoot. Perhaps you are unaware that you're begging the question, proof of nothing. Perspective hijacking Earth curve maths has no perspective in it. Maybe you were unaware when you drew out your diagram of a flat Earth with a conveniently hallucinated parallel lines that no one saw, and a convenient parallel line above it that didn't have any reference to anything. Conveniently, those lines also, in orthographic view, have no perspective representation. Nothing changes in angular size when you're looking at the side of your own head. In an orthographic diagrammatical representation, which is what you're now describing. A flat Earth prerequisite for angular size. Go ahead, John.
Just to be fair, Earth curve maths doesn't have Earth curve in it either.
No, it's got a derivation of surface level and eye level parallel with one another when measured. Height above the surface level for eye level and the surface level for the differential calculation of the angle. Represented at altitude when you raise above the flat surface level in the Earth curve maths. Earth is flat in Earth curve maths too. Yes, that's absolutely correct. But in respect to this angular representation that Thunderfoot's trying to describe with respect to a flat plane of reference, just ask Conspiracy Cats. Maybe he'll, quote, give you a flat Earth for that, end quote, Conspiracy Cats. Because you will absolutely require one, Thunderfoot. You seem to be using a flat Earth 90% of this video. Quick shout out to Quantum Eraser, who's going to be live at 1 PM US Central, 7 PM UK. And I think it's 5 AM Sydney time. Okay, that's pretty late. Sorry, Aussies. So be here or be sphere on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel, where he's destroying Rob Parks and Boy Zero, the Sky Grifter. It's the second part, the one we were going to do on Saturday on Ballbusters. But that is tonight, as you are watching this live, and I can do a plug as I noticed it coming through on Skype. So be here or be sphere on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel. I'm sure this particular endeavour, which was covered by Quantum Eraser yesterday, he may join before we end up finishing this live stream to give his 2 pennyworth on Thunderfoot. I hope he does. But yeah, now I've plugged his show. He better bleed Nad do. Anyway, we'll crack on.
About there.
Yes.
Just so you know, Ruhif made a video about 2 years ago, I think it was. And I posted it in Masturbation a while ago, but it was ignored. Showing perspective on a globe. That might be worth a look.
Other than undermining the point I've just made about the begging the question proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator, and the differential between eye level and surface level that John pointed out, beyond that attempted potential undermining of those 2 points, what was the point in that, Brian? Go ahead.
Just that there's people out there on the globe side trying to add in perspective. That was the very thing that was hijacked.
Right, part of the calculation, perspective hijacking, is there for a reason in the title. It is hijacking the effects of perspective by excluding them when you look at things in the distance. Anyway, anything else to that, or can I crack on?
I do have a point to make. You said that he used the flat Earth 90% of the video. Could you point to the 10% where he didn't use the flat Earth?
Okay, fine. It's more like 2% when he had it on his bonnet, when he just scrawled out a sphere and said, well, it's all parallel. He didn't give any detail about it, but he did have a scrawled out globe. He also, at the beginning of the video, said he'd been on a spinning rock for such a long time he should have measured it by now. So maybe 1%.
I have to admit, I was watching what I could, but that was one of the most profoundly ironic videos that I've ever seen, where the person was actually doing what he said he wasn't doing. And he was demonstrating exactly what he was against. But still, he was reporting his own little belief thing while he was doing exactly what he hates to do and what he's against. The irony of it was hilarious.
About half a degree. That's big enough to cover the sun or the moon. The thumb is about a degree.
A degree like as in the angle up from the horizontal plane of reference that you would need to describe this with. You keep using flat Earth concepts. You shouldn't. Got no right using these.
All of your knuckles at arm's length is about 5 degrees, which is roughly, so that's
roughly useless if you're describing something spherical.
Roughly the difference in the height of the pole star between Beetaboos and sand dunes.
And my error on both measurements was about the size of the little finger at arm's length, which under the circumstances, I'm actually pretty happy with.
So if you want now...
Just to quote Conspiracy Cats again, Just for Thunderfoot, I'll give it you on behalf of Conspiracy Cats. You can have a flat Earth for that, mate. Conspiracy Cat said you can have it. Go ahead.
He's now trying to somehow belittle his absolutely horrendous error. He was 25% out. 25% out of 100. And now he's trying to go, it was just the size of two of my pinky fingers, or whatever nonsense he's going on with. Do you know what I mean? That's just the weight of two pinky fingers. Yeah, massively out.
So 25% out with his calculations of a sphere Earth radius derived from flat Earth measurements. The calculation was out. Who cares? He measured Earth flat to get the measurements to do the calculation to get it wrong. He got it wrong. That's kind of stupid. Nevertheless, he still measured Earth flat.
Latitude and...
Latitude would be the elevation angle of Polaris. That's a flat Earth measurement. You're about to use a protractor with a flat baseline to describe that angle.
The altitude of the pulsar are basically the same thing. I'm going to take a line here from 90 to 0. And that's going to be from the center of the Earth.
Okay. So let's just find that diagram for you, ladies and gentlemen. So that's from the center of Earth. Why? Is that where we measured? Do you all remember me asking you if we'd measured from the center of Earth? Now it seems like arbitrarily replacing an angle that definitely was measured on the surface with respect to a horizontal plane, as per the definition of the angle he just measured. Now we're in hell! What a shock! It's not like I've already got it on screen ready and waiting! Yeah, why would you be doing this? Nobody's in hell. We measured it from the surface.
Going up north.
Up north, did he just say? Sorry, am I missing something? North would be a direction on a flat surface. You're talking about horizontal directions. What's he talking about? Up north. What you mean when you're in the middle of a globe, north doesn't make any sense anymore? No, it doesn't.
Firing up to the surface.
And that's going to be... Okay, I screwed it up slightly. Oh, no, maybe not. There we go. And that's the equator, yeah?
What, the flat line from the point below Polaris to the outside edge that you would measure it from at a minimum? That's the equator. Yeah, this straight line, this straight flat line that you'd measure Polaris with is the equator. You're drawing the equator like it's a point, but in reality it's a circle of equal elevation, isn't it? That's how it's measured. It's not measured in hell. It's not from the centre of hell where you're not measuring it out to this point. No, you get it with an angle. One of the straight lines is the one that you ignored earlier. Maybe that's why. Tell me he's not deceitful now. He's making this equator line really clear. But if you're measuring Polaris, you're measuring it with respect to the equatorial plane, aren't you? But now the equator's in hell. No. Not when you measured it. Not when it was referenced to a plane. Not when it was an angle off a surface. Suddenly it's in hell. Now we've got a lot of focus on this line. This wasn't the line you measured. This baseline wasn't the line that was measured. We weren't in hell when we were measuring this. It's just a deceiver.
So your latitude...
No, latitude's a measurement from the surface. He's measuring it in hell.
Could I say that, yeah, I can't say he's not deceiving people, but the first person he's deceiving is himself.
He's just described what latitude is. And on screen, for my audience, he just said latitude is, and he is literally about to draw a line from hell. No, you deceiver. That is not how you measure latitude. That is not what latitude is. You are a deceiver. Now, if you're going to tell me that a measurement when... it's going to be easier with some parallel lines I hallucinated. That's your justification for now saying that this measurement is in hell? No, it's not. It's just a deceitful man. And I'll make it absolutely plain. He's now saying latitude is a measurement in hell. It's an angle in hell. No, it is not. Thunderfoot's a deceitful man, and he's lying to his audience when he claims that an angle in hell is somehow capable of measurement. It isn't. Just easier when he hallucinates a few parallel lines that he didn't see. That's deceit.
Just 1 second, Nathan. What he's actually doing at that point is using a globe's geometric edge, because that's how they get. This is how the calculation works for their latitude. How they try and place latitude on a globe is it's the angle between their geometric edge and Polaris. That's what they try and say is how latitude is got, because we get latitude from an angle between the visible sea horizon and Polaris. So he's literally calling the visible sea horizon the geometric edge of his globe.
No, he didn't do it. He didn't do it with a horizon. He did it with a bubble level.
He didn't, but that's what's implied. If you understand what he's doing, I do, and that is what's implied, that the horizon is geometric.
Hello, Adam. Hello, John.
Afternoon, guys.
Yeah, I'd join if you'd hit accept guest.
Okay, you're here now.
This angle here, yeah?
The one in hell? This angle here, where was that angle? Did we measure that angle? In hell? What angle here? The one you've just made up by deceit, by pure fiat, suddenly we're in hell with an angle. What angle in hell? There isn't one.
That's your latitude.
The one
no, angles in hell aren't latitude. There you go. You've ruined it. Brian's ruined it, like he always does.
No, Brian didn't ruin it. I did. The angle that he's getting from his high school protractor. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
Is a high school protractor different than a junior high school protractor or an elementary school protractor?
Yes.
Or are protractors just protractors?
High school protractors have Comic Sans.
I got it.
Meanwhile, his deceit was just laid bare, and I'm going to replay it because Brian rumpus it like he always does. I can play Martyr 2. Brian always ruins these things.
Forget that.
So your latitude is this angle here.
Liar. Calling you out. You're a fraud. That is not a latitude angle. I defined it, you didn't. You were in front of your car when you were actually gathering this measurement with respect to the horizontal plane of reference. And now when it's nice and clear and well lit, he's telling you the baseline's in hell. From the core of Earth. That's what latitude is it? Liar. No, it is not. That's not what you just did. But you're a deceiver, in spite of Brian's, what's the word, white knighting for you.
Yeah, that's your latitude.
No, it isn't. No one's getting an angle from hell. You're a liar. You didn't like mentioning the line when it was in front of your car, but now it's nice and clear that it's in hell. It isn't.
So I'm in America at the moment. This is about 40 degrees.
Kind of like the degrees you were measuring off the flat surface, but is now the protractor. So it's a turning of the protractor. If you were considered to be in hell, it would be the number of degrees that you turn the protractor. No, but that wasn't what you measured. You weren't in hell turning a protractor when you took this measurement. That's not what you did. But that's what you got to do to create a globe. Basically turn the measurement off a flat Earth into the protractor. Yeah? What does this look like? Here's the surface. Here's the star. Here's the protractor that he stood measuring with. That's now the globe, is it? This is epic. This is a great demonstration of how this process is committed. Great. Go on, whoever that was.
I said every time you say protractor, you need to say high school protractor.
He's turned the globe into a high school protractor.
And I also know that I've measured. Right, your horizon is 90 degrees to the line to the center of the Earth. So.
Sorry, a horizon? You're going to need to define that, you lying shit. No, that is not a horizon. What, the apparent position where the ground or sea meets the sky? You think that a horizon is defined as 90 degrees to the centre of Earth? Oh, yeah, look at that beautiful horizon in the distance, 90 degrees to the centre of Earth, obviously. No, said nobody at a beach ever. Where's he getting this from? Just make it up?
What he said makes no sense at all.
You're making it up.
So it's a contradiction with regards to what Brian was saying earlier. See, at this point now, he wants his horizon to have a rate of change of slope of 0. But it can't have a rate of change of 0 because he's already reaffirmed it as the leading edge of a ball. Therefore, there must be a rate of change based on R. This is where they don't know which bit to grab, which bit to reify. And it creates that contradiction there. It is straight and horizontal, but it is Earth curve. Can't have both.
Yeah, you can't have both. What he's
Exactly.
now drawing with a horizon claimed to be tangential to a sphere with a point that he's going to draw a line meeting so he can transpose it parallel to the surface with the line going out to space. I'll just let him draw it. Just give us a second.
Oh.
Perfect. So you see on this diagram, let's make it bigger. On this diagram, he's taking this as his zenith and this as the line along the ground for the baseline. Notice how we've now got a nice clear baseline. When it was the actual process and he was measuring it, it was demonstrated in front of a car, but now it's on a sphere with a GP position that's out in space. So if you're measuring from your zenith out to Polaris, let's say that this is Polaris where he's marked north. Can I do it? Just. It's a very, very tight angle. But let's just say for the sake of argument, we can measure this angle with respect to this surface, right? Well, then what you're measuring is the GP point along the surface to the ground position of the star. Well, in his diagram, have we got a ground position that's on the surface? Nope. It's in space. It's not on the ground anymore. You paying attention, Jaron, of the Jaronism channel who couldn't understand this? You don't get ground positions meeting the ground at 90 degrees to the star in space. It's supposed to be on the ground. Of course, on the ground's now curved, and it won't give him an angle anymore. So a horizon could be defined as a 90-degree position at your zenith. No, that's definitely not a horizon, and you haven't got a ground to measure this angle with respect to. What you're levelling to? Tangency, we covered that too, didn't we? What was the spirit level for? To teeter-totter on the top of a ball to give you a point out in space with a ground position to it? No, it won't be on the ground. And the line isn't curved. So you're screwed. This is nonsense. Meanwhile, the actual functional angle is working in hell. That's why all of this rigmarole of claiming you got parallel light rays, like he's made easier, what with the bit up here on the flat plane that you're actually measuring, the parallel light rays that is going to justify this transposition from an angle measurement he can't acquire to a position on the ground that's not on the ground, down to hell. That's why this whole faff and vague alluding to the idea that it's easier to have parallel something. I just won't say what. That's what this dance is all about, because he's going to move an angle that isn't functionally acquirable from a curved surface into hell on a plane, the equatorial plane, so it can still function as an angle. It's just you're not measuring it anymore, and you're not using the one you measured. But we can do that because all light comes in parallel. Remember when I mentioned it earlier? Here it all is. I just drew them in arbitrarily when I hallucinated them.
That is basically where my bubble level is.
Sorry, Brian.
And Brian ruins everything, and white lights for Thunderfoot.
I'm taking the mickey. It's only because earlier you were like, I put this into Master Beat and nobody looked at it, of course. It's like, you could have just said, I put it in Master Beat. I'm not sure if anybody looked at it. I actually studied that document and have it framed on my wall, Brian. Did you know that?
What did I put in Master B?
I don't know.
You don't even know. I can't even remember what it was. It was a red herring away from how I ruin everything and I white light for Thunderfoot.
Total red herring.
And by ruining everything, he means when QE stops. And by white lighting for Thunderfoot, he means when they call Thunderfoot an idiot.
I can't. It's amusing and it's got me stuttering. But even when I try and segue away, like you potentially would if you're in an awkward conversation, you'll throw in a fallacy because it'll normally, 99% of the time, throw any normal person off track. Going, something's happened here, I just don't know what. Right? Brian, that's a red herring. I'm like, shit. No getting anything past anybody here. Even if I want to try and segue away. Say again?
Also, to say that Brian is white knighting for Thunderfoot, you're actually white knighting by calling him a liar because you're assuming his intelligence and saying that nobody's that dumb.
There's a legitimate Brian complaint. We'll get to that at the end.
I don't mind. Do you want to do that now?
No, let's get to the end and then we'll go back.
Shout out to Unitox Femu. Where are oceans and mountains on his drawing? Oh, I'll tell you. I'm glad you asked. Thanks for the super chat. The mountains would be on this tangent line and stuff, you know, with respect to sea level, that's sea curve, that doesn't actually give him an angle and isn't level. Just so we're clear. Nice that he's put his, nice that he's used his spirit level. Oh, how wonderful. I just noticed that. How epic. So, this spirit level that you just happen to be using as a ruler, is it level? Because apparently this was the level angle that you just got. The spirit level doesn't look very level when you use it as a ruler just by chance to draw the line that's tangential to the 90 degrees of horizontal that is a horizon according to your non-defined garbage you made up. I mean, you'd think if you were using the spirit level, it just becomes a ruler now, right? Its function is now a ruler. To give him lines on a globe that he doesn't have. It's not being used to establish horizontal planes like it was in the measurement. Now it's just been reduced to being a ruler. If you're drawing out the measurement, you'd think you'd have realised how unbelievably stupid it is to use the tool that was originally used to establish a horizontal plane as a freaking ruler.
When it's completely level, it's going to be there.
They're like the tool that was now being used to just draw a straight line, but the tool wasn't level when you drew it. So we've got a horizontal plane where the angle's coming from, but it's a transposition of a line that you drew on a curved surface that doesn't have ground positions when using a spirit level that wasn't level as a ruler. Why wasn't the spirit level when you were describing how it would be on Earth's surface? Is it because in this diagram you need two horizontal planes of reference? I'm pretty sure that you've got your horizontal plane of reference utilising the angle in hell, because that's why this little dance is taking place.
And my pole star is going to be up there somewhere. So that angle is...
Sorry, is it just me, or have you now got two pole stars? You've now got a pole star here and a second pole star here. Why? Did anybody see two pole stars in his original measurement? Because now he's telling us that latitude is this position with respect to north, up north, remember? I highlighted that too. Okay, so we're pretty clear where this North Star is. You drew it. But now the North Star's over here. Why? Why have we got two North Stars? Oh, is it because we'll justify it with all light coming in parallel, meaning that this North Star here is actually North Star here because we're moving it to the centre of hell after we've measured it with respect to a plane that isn't the surface? I see.
Is the one that I've measured. Now, the simple way of doing this is to convince you.
Did you hear him just lie there, Brian? He said, this is the angle I've measured. Did he measure? Did anybody see him in hell? Let's just hear him lie again.
Up there somewhere. So that angle is the one that I've measured. Now, the simple way of doing this is to convince you
that angle is the one I've measured. He then simultaneously filled in the this is an angle diagrammatically here and here while he was saying it. This is the angle. He drew two angles, one in hell and one on the surface to a different North Star that wasn't representative of the North Star in the original assumption that we can use these angles in hell. This is a cluster screw.
Can confused people confuse themselves? Yes.
Can stupid people say stupid things? Yes.
Yes.
yourself these are the same as you just cut it out and you show yourself they're the same.
Sorry, that was a bit fast talking. Should we hear that again? We just got these two angles, it's just the same. Okay, let's hear that very concise and openly clear about what you were doing when you said this is the angle and then drew two, and then said this is the angle, this is the same. Let's just hear that again.
Is the one that I've measured. Now, the simple way of doing this is to convince yourself these are the same as you just cut it out and you show yourself they're the same. The
easiest way to do this is to convince yourself that these two are the same. Okay, So the easiest way to do it, no, you didn't do it this way. You just measured an angle. How you did it was like this. There's Polaris. There's the baseline. That's how you did it. When you say the easiest way to do this, do you mean the easiest way to employ your religious zealotry of being on a ball is just to assume that an angle you measured is now in hell and that they're the same? Mumble, mumble. Oh, yeah, that's the easiest way that you can convince yourself that you're in hell now with this angle, because an angle in hell is the same when you assume Earth's a sphere, and you can be in hell to measure an angle from when you're supposed to be doing this to get the size of Earth. You already know the size of Earth. You're in the middle of it when you've measured the angle. You've put yourself in the middle of it. What the hell?
When he says the easiest way to do this, right, at that point, he is either not understanding what he's doing or he is lying, because the easiest way to do what he's doing is just to treat the Earth as a flat plane. That's the actual easiest way. That's what they always do.
Do what? He keeps saying do it. What's hold on. What's it? Do it. What's it? He did it when he was measuring the angle as well. He talks about it. Hold on, John. He's talking about doing something, isn't he? He's just not being specific about what it is. Let's define what it is. It is a transposition of an angle that is not measurable in this diagram in orthographic representation. It, the angle that wasn't capable of being measured with respect to the surface because that's now curved, and apparently horizons are at your zenith, tangential at 90 degrees, to a ball that does not give you 90 degrees of anything. It's a ball. But apparently this non-measurable, non-functional angle is going to be the same, it, as this angle in hell. That's what it actually is. And apparently, moving an angle that you cannot measure and defies the actual measurement that he took, being transposed into hell makes something, we don't know what, easier. Well, I'm going to define what that something we don't know because he hasn't defined it is. It's ball zealotry. That's what's being made easier with this. This isn't done in navigation. You don't transpose angles into hell for a navigation process. You do it on flat maps like he showed.
More sophisticated.
Sorry, John. Go ahead.
It is believing you are calculating a sphere from a plane. That's what it is. He said it himself. Just rewind it and listen back to it. This is how he convinces himself that a flat plane is spherical.
And my pole star is going to be up there somewhere. So that angle is the one that I've measured. Now the simple way of doing this is to convince yourself these are the same, is you just cut it out and you show yourself they're the same. The more sophisticated way of doing it is to just extend these such that they're parallel lines. Right? Now, if you have parallel lines...
If we have them, where were they? Well, all these lines, where were they? Did we get those? We're just making it up, son. Just invented this crap. We didn't have any. If you have them, life's much more complex or easy. We didn't. You didn't show them.
Parallel laser pointer.
Yeah, did we see any parallel laser? Did he have one or did he have several? Like he's shown diagrammatically for his justification to move his angle to hell. When we didn't have them, he didn't use them. He just used a flat plane that he didn't actually mention the baseline for. And then the thing he established the baseline with, which is right next to him right now, was merely used as a ruler. I mean, it wasn't using to level jack when he drew his diagram, and the diagram doesn't have a level surface anymore. Only the one in hell. So this can still functionally operate as an angle with respect to an equatorial plane I showed it you earlier. In fact, I'll do that again now. Flat plane. That's what's utilised when you imagine that the globe is a protractor wrapped around you. That's what he's doing. Yeah, we're way ahead of you, Thunderfoot. Perhaps you hadn't been keeping up to date with the flat Earth debate.
The same, and well, these two angles are the same. These two angles are the same. That angle, that angle, that angle, and that angle are all the same. So you know that this angle here, because this is two parallel lines.
What is? Where were they? Keep asking you. You hallucinated them, man.
Intersected like that is the same. And let's do this in a different colour. Light pink. You know
What are we doing that for? Why are we now doing this? I don't get it. I mean, I don't know why we covered this whole section of extrapolation from flat Earth measurements into hell. There was no point. We covered it before he did it. We're covering it while we're doing it. Is there anything else to this video, or can I just spin on through this garbage? We've preemptively covered it. Now he's covering it.
Know that that angle there and that angle there are the same, right? But you also know that this is 90 degrees.
So we know we've got 90 in hell. Well, that's convenient, because it means you can use the centre point of hell that you're not in as an equatorial plane, like a flat plane, like this. A bit like the measurement you originally took. Obviously, you didn't mention the flat plane then, and 90 then. I mentioned it several times, didn't I? But now we got a 90 in hell. It wasn't described with the measurement that absolutely required it, with respect to what that 90 would be, a ground position. But now we've definitely got 90 in hell. Where did you get a 90 degree in hell from? Sorry, are we establishing 90s with plumb bobs in hell? No, we're not.
And you also know that this is 90 degrees. So...
Sorry, 90 degrees to the horizon? Because you had this point here being the horizon. You said it was 90 degrees to your point that you described as the horizon. So 90 has got something to do with the horizon then. That's a shock. Yeah, that'll be what you use to establish a horizontal plane of reference if you haven't got a bubble. Now, you are incapable, incompetent, and not actually functionally using it correctly to extrapolate out from the flat measurement that you didn't get accurately enough to derive your globe from the flat Earth measurements. But your own incompetence aside, we know something to do with the horizon has got 90, do we? Oh, really? Because your horizon on a ball would be this point here, below the surface level. That would be this point. The 90-degree point that's got something to do with the horizon as you described it. Let's just make this bigger so we're absolutely clear. We all heard him describe what the horizon was at 90 degrees. And now we've got it absolutely affirmed that this point here is definitely 90. What? The horizon? Yeah, we know. But that would mean it's this line. Doesn't it? Going out into space? Your horizon on a ball in your ball maths is this line, mate. It just doesn't give you anything to do with angles or the capability of measuring them anymore. And it certainly hasn't got anything to do with 90s. If this is your surface, where are you getting the 90 from? There's never 90 degrees to a ball, clown shoes. Oh, you'd need this tangential line that would be the surface that you're not measuring anymore with GPs that are in space, ground positions in space that aren't the ground. This is a cluster screw. No, we know that 90's got something to do with horizontal. Perpendicular to it would be vertical. That's what 90's giving us when we measure the ground for angles with reference planes and a flat Earth. I'm done.
Well, when he sits outside the Home Depot, wherever it is that he went in to buy this level and his protractor and his laser pen, and he thinks to himself, you know, if Polaris is this massive, huge, giant superstar in the sky, then that would mean that every point on the surface of my hemisphere, the convex hemisphere that I'm trying to claim I live on, will be 90 degrees to that if I put the horizontal lines through my sphere. It's time to buy that level and that protractor. That's basically what he's done. It all starts and ends with him pre-assuming that Polaris is this massive star in the sky, that all lines from the northern hemisphere of his globe are all 90 degrees to.
If that's 90 degrees and that's your latitude, and this is 90 degrees and that's your latitude
at the horizon,
and these two angles are the same, then basically this
we're in
angle
hell.
here is this angle here.
In hell.
So basically, by measuring the
angles
altitude of the pole star,
you didn't measure the latitude of the pole star. Your latitude to the pole star is now in hell. Why are you talking about measuring it when you got it described and justified as being in hell? That's not a measurement anymore. You've bastardized and violated the original measurement by putting it here because you couldn't get it from the curved surface.
I think you need to see the subtleties underneath this video.
What's that?
He himself is in hell.
Yeah.
He himself is in hell, and that's why he's making this video. Regardless of what his intentions are, the driving force is the hell that's going on in his mind, because he knows he can't measure the Earth, but to be a two-dimensional flat plane with topography above and below it. He knows he can't. So this is like this is a projection of his own mental hell. So he is in hell, both figuratively
This
and mentally.
is 100% known to astronomers since forever.
Because they've all been in hell.
Seeing as one of the mounts that we have is called the German Equatorial Mount, and
the equatorial mount is also referenced to a horizontal plane. You level it.
The way that it works is one of your axes has to be...
But why is he talking about this now? He's talking about a tool that's referenced horizontal again, so he's just hijacking flat Earth over and over again. And once he's introduced his complex... Go on then.
Leave him play.
Aligned with the axis that the Earth spins on. So you have to set...
Where do you get that axis from? Go ahead, John.
Well, you need a plane of reference to describe the axis from. So he thinks that the equatorial mount is on that plane of reference and spinning.
Yep.
He doesn't understand. Sorry, he doesn't understand that they're going to become clear. She'll show with his own diagram, moving diagram. He doesn't understand that the equatorial mount is designed to be pre-assumed to be on the equatorial plane of a globe at vernal equinox, which is the March equinox, and that equatorial plane is pre-assumed to extend out into the celestial plane, giving you a much bigger horizontal plane or flat plane, and it's then pre-assumed to be stationary. He thinks that the equatorial mount, the movements of it, are there to forego the rotation of his globe Earth, and that it sits on a convex surface. No, the whole point of the equatorial plane is to work, or the equatorial mount is to work with a moving celestial dome.
Right, so
that's
here
the
it
whole
is.
Point of it.
Here it is, both north and south in representation with a globe Earth inside it. So here is the point that the angle's coming from. This is the measured angle marked in the void of Earth in hell, with what is effectively the protractor wrapped around and marked as being the globe. Now, obviously, it's only hemispherical, but this is depicted with both north and south. This, from this point that you are measuring the angle, you have what is ultimately needed to reference the angle to, which is the extended celestial plane. So inside this sphere, which is representative of the view you get of the stars, you can form a grid with the angles you get to them. And the angles are referenced to this plane that he's created inside the globe. That's called the equatorial plane. So equatorial plane is the flat plane that you're referencing in hell, and the extended celestial plane is the extension beyond the equator. Again, flat, for the angles to be referenced. This whole rigmarole is to get you inside hell so you can still use the angles with respect to a plane. This is what he's done. Let's just bring this diagram up. He's saying that you're getting angles that are parallel with the equator. Well, this is the actual diagram of what the equator in his diagram represents. A flat plane with 90 degrees to the North Pole along a flat surface. The equator's an extension of the minimum angle that you get from Polaris. It's an area of equal elevation. Now, this diagram essentially shows you how they've stacked up lots of areas of equal elevation to create a globe. But once you create it, you can't get angles from it anymore. So to get it to function with maps and models of stars, you've got to put yourself in hell to get it to function again after creating it. Here's the diagram with your XYZ coordinates with respect to the equatorial plane. This is what you're dealing with, this bit. The flat plane in hell. So it can functionally operate with the angles out through the protractor that is now the globe to the extended celestial sphere, with an extended celestial plane extending out from the globe Earth protractor. But you are on this flat plane. You're not in hell. They've taken the measurements to the stars with respect to their ground positions and then projected them through the protractor. But you still have to use the flat plane. That's how this magic trick works. This is how he's done it after producing a flat plane surface on a sphere and saying that north is up. All look familiar compared... Why have I got better diagrams than him? It's because I'm exposing his fraud rather than hiding it. This is how the angle must work. off the equatorial plane. Notice you've got terms like prime meridian? Yeah, they're wrapped around a globe too after measuring them off a flat plane. But they've got two now. Now we've got two lines. Oh, we've got up, north and east on the square that's on a circle? Why, have we got a tangent plane? This circle doesn't have that. Oh, but it's okay, because if I kind of mumble a little bit and say that this angle here matches this angle here, then I can basically justify being in hell. It's all cool. I've got better diagrams than you, Flat Earther. I'm talking to you, Thunderfoot. You're the one with the flat Earth measurements. Measurements. Everybody hearing?
Of your telescope that rotates once per day to be parallel to the Earth's axis of spinning.
You need a flat Earth for that, being parallel and having an axis. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, thunder flat. The AQ mount has on it an underscope that you align to Polaris, right? The whole purpose of this is that you align this point to Polaris, this little scope to Polaris, and it's all based on your latitude and whatever. And then you will be in alignment with the sky for your scope, for your actual telescope to work, right? But the whole point of this is that it's actually difficult to do it because you have to be precise and get it right. And any movement of, and I got this from Wolfie, admitted this, or not admitted, but he said it when I asked him, because he has an EQ mount, is that any movement of that, the feet of that mount, either 1 millimeter to the left or the right, will knock out your Polaris alignment, right? Polar alignment. Now, if Polaris was this massive star, right, that is covering that everywhere from the surface, from its GP out to the equator, that everywhere basically, every angle is basically straight, or is basically 90 degrees to Polaris at that point, as they're claiming with us being on a convex surface. If that was the case, then you wouldn't need fine tuning on that alignment, because all you would need is the angle. You just have to set the angle, and it would be already fine, because Polaris would be this massive star that you couldn't miss. It's like shooting at a clay pigeon, you know, like a clay pigeon. It's like shooting at a clay pigeon that's 50 miles wide, and it's 100 feet away from you. You couldn't miss it. Do you know what I mean? It would be impossible to miss it. Yet, if they move the feet of that mount even by 1 millimeter left or right, it loses its alignment. So how is Polaris this monstrous star that he and they needed to be? It's impossible.
So you know, if you're actually traveling around with a telescope, you have to adjust this angle, otherwise you don't track the stars properly.
And what they look like in practice.
The first is simple. One of the telescope's axes is parallel with the Earth's axis of rotation.
So if it's parallel with the axis of rotation that must be flat to describe it as an axis, then it's parallel with a flat surface. Yeah. So you're lining up the telescope with a flat surface parallel with the ground that's flat.
No. He's bullshitted you, you see. You've been Jedi mind tricked. He's told you you've lined it up to the Earth's axis of rotation. No such thing. No such thing. At all. All we've got is stars in the sky. You lined it up with Polaris, mate. Yeah? But he's Jedi mind tricking you into thinking there's this pole that you line it up to, which means you're now commensurate with any presupposed rotation.
No.
No. You're aligning to the flat plane of the stars.
I'm saying that the axis he used was defined with and described with a flat plane. The axis itself is a reference to a flat Earth. You're absolutely correct to drop it in, because I didn't. That doesn't mean we've got an axis. It means he's describing a flat Earth for his imaginary axis. He's still utilising a flat Earth to describe it, and then suggesting that that flat Earth he's utilising to describe his imaginary axis is parallel with the telescope. Well, that extended and unnecessary description actually references him levelling the scope, doesn't it?
Yeah, obtaining a flat Earth elevation angle for him then to turn into a central point of rotation of the thing that's not moving that he claims is moving.
Right.
Good catch, Adam.
It just
You are
rotates
sharp.
once per day around that axis, And that's it. That's all you need to do. And in practice, they look like this, the German equatorial mount. So to set it up, all you got to do is align one of those axes parallel to the axis the Earth spins on.
Right, what have we got here? So we've got...
He has an EQ mount on the outside of a rotating globe, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the thing I was telling you earlier, that he doesn't understand it. Or he's just lying, one or the other.
It doesn't work.
But listen, go back 5 seconds and listen to the way he says what he says. He's trying to say something, then he has and then it's like a little stop point where he knows that this is rubbish. Just listen.
Practice, they look like this, the German equatorial mount. So to set it up, all you got to do is align one of those axes parallel to the axis the Earth spins on, and you're basically done. Now, it turns out to do that about right ain't so difficult. But if you just want something that's roughly aligned, it's the simplest thing to set up ever. You just go outside, you point that axis due north with an elevation equal to your latitude, and
elevation equal to your latitude is a series of flat Earth measurements. Now, to have it parallel, if you're twisting and spinning on a ball, it's never going to remain parallel. Meanwhile, you've introduced this extra line parallel to the centre of an axis that you didn't measure by pure assumption. We didn't see this. This diagrammatically did not represent what you did it? So when I said he's just hallucinated this, here it is in what was in his mind when he was just measuring a line to Polaris and a line along the ground. No, actually, I'd got a second parallel line to the centre of Earth's rotation, only capable of being described and invented with reference to a flat plane also.
Boom, you're done. So yeah.
Boom! You're done with what? Your flat Earth measurements that you've utilised through the entire presentation? No, we're done utilising what you've shown in terms of measurement. Now, your calculations were garbage after the fact and they weren't measurements. You were telling the audience by deceit that, no, this is a measurement, this is your latitude, this is how I got a measurement in hell. Because you just take this angle to be this angle. Okay, so even though you're suggesting that this is somehow you measuring Earth and your automatic assumption that that's sphere-shaped, you've already got a sphere-shaped Earth to put an angle in. Wow. Meanwhile, you've measured Earth flat for the angle. Everything else is irrelevant.
You can quite happily measure the size of the Earth on your first go. And literally...
what, like you didn't? You can measure the size of the Earth on your first go where I completely failed to utilise a calculation based on flat Earth measurements to give me the accurate current rhetoric of a size of Earth when extrapolated to be sphere-shaped based on flat Earth measurements. You failed! Why are you encouraging your audience that they can have success on the first go when you failed? Are you delusional? If you're going to tell people to go and do it also, you could have at least got it right. Was it just that, oh, well, I've gone out and done it now. I've spent the 80 quid on fuel. I've got to turn it into a video, even though I ballsed it up. Balls what up? Well, the extrapolation of my flat Earth measurements didn't give me the end result I was hoping for. I mean, I still had to use the flat Earth angles in the calculations and then explain why this angle here is mumble the same as this angle here.
Never done this before in my life.
You can tell.
This was me losing my virginity to this, but...
Well, here's you in the dark measuring an angle off a flat surface. This is a straight line along the ground with respect to a laser pointer to the sky. This is a flat Earth elevation angle that it's showing at dusk with no lighting. You're measuring the ground. Look at the line that you've got. It's not curving.
Over 50 years old for less than $100. And
failed miserably in anything except measuring Earth flat.
Less than a day
to measure Earth flat.
Using a little
flat Earth elevation angle measurements to the star called Polaris, as diagrammatically represented here with a flat baseline and angles to it.
More than a high school protractor, and
it's got Comic Sans as the font.
In the end, had errors of about
yes.
He said he's never done this before. Yes, he has. He's begged the question of a globe every day of his life.
Plus or minus 25%. And if you want to...
Plus or minus 25%? If you were quality control, they'd hang you.
Prove the Earth is a sphere, it's trivial. You just do exactly the same measurement.
But you didn't prove your Earth was a sphere. You assumed it. after taking flat Earth measurements and extrapolating out the angles has to be calculable in hell to function on a plane in hell with 90 degrees in hell. What are you talking about? You didn't prove a sphere. You're strapping this on like, oh, your dumb audience won't notice that you didn't do that.
But you go east-west, not...
East-west, a reference to a flat plane. We're back with this flat Earth map on. This map's flat.
North-south.
With respect to a plane.
And, shock and horror, you will find that the altitude of the pole star doesn't change at all.
Why are you showing us you drawing an angle in hell and telling us what the pole star does above a position in hell? In terms of what it does or doesn't do. Did you notice it didn't change when you were in hell?
Because the elevation of the pole star
is an angle. Elevation of the pole star. What, like an elevation angle measurement? I think this would be an appropriate time to define precisely what that is. Measurement of an elevation angle. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. The reference direction, i.e. an elevation angle of 0 degrees, is a horizontal line in the direction to the horizon. Radar tutorial. But he seems to think that a line in the direction of the horizon... No, he seems to think a line in the direction of the horizon is a point that you're standing on with 90 degrees in all directions below and above you. That doesn't reference anything in the distance that's got anything to do with the horizon, because this is his horizon. So this defies radar tutorial, as it did the other two definitions I read out. I'll repeat them now. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Sustainable by design. So, what are you babbling about? Other than measuring a flat Earth, you've not achieved anything. You've begged the question of a sphere and then showed how utterly useless it is.
It is basically your latitude.
Is basically your latitude. No, your latitude would be your elevation angle measurement off a flat Earth to Polaris. You showed it in very dark silhouette against your car a minute ago. That's what you actually measured, wasn't it? Of course, it's best if this is the bit in big lighting and the actual measurements as dark as hell.
If only there were a geometry, however. Spinning ball, say, for instance, where the...
Is it just me, or is this line from the outside edge of a sphere not remaining parallel with the line from the axis point in his fantasy ball that he didn't get this measurement from because you won't get an angle from a curve? Is it just me or is it continually changing? That's changing.
Fixed distant point.
Fixed? How could it be fixed? It's moving around.
Changed as you went north-south,
Yeah,
but not...
Go on.
This is that whole parallel light ray thing, where the Polaris is at a fixed distance from every point, except for it can't be because he's on a convex surface, so it's obviously not going to be a fixed distance. But this is what he's trying to claim, that Polaris is at this fixed elevation at all points, and it's not. You don't know the elevation of Polaris. He doesn't know what it is. It's that the Polaris is not moving. He's moving, and he's changing the angle, which gives it an apparent elevation above the surface of Earth, which doesn't actually tell you what its actual elevation is in any way, shape, or form.
East-west, which I was actually going to do on this trip by driving a few hundred miles west to the Black Canyon of the Gunnison. But the bridge was out, and it was a very long detour, so I put that one on hold. So if you're teachers or something traveling for a school trip, why not add measuring the size of the Earth to the list? Or hell, if you're traveling for vacation, why not the same? After all, if
you didn't measure the size of Earth. At best, you measured an area of equal elevation if you extrapolated it out based on the angle that you did measure off a flat Earth. You didn't measure the size of Earth. Now, if you're going to suggest that this is an accurate extrapolation, then you'd expect to at least get it right. Add this method that I got completely balls up and wrong to your school children's list. And if you want to show an example of how not to do it, send them to this video.
You're going to live on a spinning rock. You're
going to need to assume it and measure a flat Earth to do it. Go ahead.
Say, if you use the word measured there, the only thing that was measured was a flat Earth elevation angle. As for the rest of what he did, it's all pre-assumptive calculation to deriving to his size of his pre-assumed theoretical ball.
Entire life. Seems like measuring how big it is something you should maybe do once in a lifetime. Yeah, maybe.
And just remember, if you do it once, Nathan, make sure you do it as wrong as he's done it. At least 25% wrong, meaning anything you calculate is wholly irrelevant. Yeah?
Yeah, make sure you violate the original measurement once in a lifetime. And this is because these angles are kind of the same. It's just easy. It's mumble the same.
I think part of his problem was, though, that if you look at the equipment he got, I don't think he got thick enough crayons. So he was probably out of energy in the middle of the night.
Didn't have enough acid to give us, as a camera point of view, what the parallel light rays he was fantasizing about looked like. I mean, we saw them as Crayola on the diagram, but I mean, we didn't see them in the measurement. We just saw the flat Earth elevation angle he took. And then I defined it with 3 different definitions as requiring a flat Earth for the measurement. Like on screen now, these are out of navigation videos where they're describing elevation angles and circles of equal elevation. 90 degrees to the point below the star would be this triangle. Circle of equal elevation to the outside edge of it. This is elevation angle measurement by description. The 90 degree is on the ground, not in hell. It's part of the measurement.
He made sure the 90 degree was there, didn't he? With his spirit level and stuff. See, just from an empirical data point of view, just to critique it even further, he goes at the end, once he's figured out he's 25% out, he goes and shows you what half a degree will look like in terms of how that could have disrupted his thing. Look at the standard deviation of his results, of his 5 or 6 results he takes. There's 2.5 degrees variance in there, which is 5 times the amount that he's mitigating for. Whatever he's done, I think it's probably more luck that it gets anywhere near his pre-assumed ball. But everything he's done has got such margins of error that you, even if you were actually measuring rather than calculating something, you couldn't draw any inference from it because he's like I said, he needs thicker crayons.
Can I briefly say something?
Yes.
Being that he's using crayons, he's trying to make it simplified, trying to show how simple he can measure and prove Earth's globe. The funny thing is for the normies and the children that might be watching, if you notice everything that he does longitudinal and latitudinal measurements, he uses that paper, whether it be his little scrap paper or whatever, the map. Everything's flat as he acquires that. But he doesn't use anything spherical.
Anybody else?
He doesn't use those with the protractor or with the compass. He uses all the instruments on a flat surface, on a flat piece of paper to demonstrate the longitudinal and latitudinal measurements.
Right.
So that's to tell you something's, this guy is a liar. I mean, period.
Well, as I've had so much pushback,
else?
now hold on. Now you've said it, I've got to push back like everyone pushed back against me. Last time it was me saying what you've said. He's deceitful. You're saying a liar. Well, no, now I'm pushing back against it. He believes this. It's part of his belief, and he's telling you the easiest way to believe this is to understand and appreciate that these angles he's created with respect to a ball he can't measure are working in hell with the angles you originally acquired from the plane you did measure. Now, in his mind, saying that these angles are just the same and the easiest way to imagine this is to suggest that these 2 angles are the same is true. That's what he actually believes. Now, us pulling it apart at its root and saying, no, you're actually just measuring 90 degrees below the star. That's the only 90 that's involved in this angle measurement when you derive a circle of equal elevation and call it the equator or call it latitude. You are just measuring a flat Earth for that. That is what it is. No matter sticking it in a twilight scenario with the car not very well lit will hide the fact that you're measuring a flat Earth. Him and his crap extrapolation is just that. Doesn't make him a liar. Doesn't make him anything beyond believing his own bullshit if I'm to call him deceitful. I'll concede to every criticism I've had. But I'm going to lay it back at your door, D. Anybody else got anything to add to this?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If we take his pre-assumption of being at the center of the globe and his measurements creating, let's just say, a circle of 360 degrees around you, then if you, his claim, not measurements, but his back calculation, right, after measuring off a flat plane, if we take what he says, remember he said that he was out by just the width of two pinky fingers. Remember, that's the way they always try and do this. They try to mitigate for how wrong they are, or they try and cover up something that's horrendous, like the velocity at the equator. If we were rotating at 15 degrees per hour, the way to try and cover that up. Well, technically, what he actually did was he actually missed if you go from a center point of his globe, he actually missed 78.5 degrees of that globe. He was out by 78.5 degrees out of 360. So it's not just two half-a-degree pinky fingers, right? It's 78.5 degrees if you go by an actual distance around a globe, and you turn that into degrees. He's out by over 78 degrees. So see the way they try and fudge the numbers to make it look like they weren't as wrong as they were. That is seriously wrong.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I've got lots of diagrams floating up from celestial navigation manuals that show what we're measuring. We're measuring the ground with 90 degrees below the star, exactly as I described, interjected between his bullshittery, and attempts to mask the actual measurement of a flat plane of reference, like shown with his laser pen and spirit level. That's what you're actually doing. John, did you have something to add? QE?
I did, but I'm right in the middle of breakfast. Give me 2 minutes, man. Just talk for 2 minutes. Get back.
Well, I'll do a plug for your show, and then hopefully by the time I finish plugging your show, you'll have snacked on whatever you're snacking on and give you comments on Thunderfoot Clown. Okay, so be here or be sphere. Go on. Go on.
I was going to say, I digress. I agree. I got cut off of the internet, but I heard what you said at the ending point. I retract my calling him a lie, because he made a good point. He really believes this, so it's just misinformation. That's all.
Okay. Be here or be sphere for Quantum Eraser live on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel tonight, 7 p.m. UK time, 2 p.m. Central Standard. So check it out. They're covering Professor Robert Parks and Whitsitt, otherwise known as Boy Zero the Sky Grifter. So it's an open discussion. It was going to take place on last Saturday's Ballbusters, but that ended up turning into just a really nice chat and a good discussion between Brian and someone else who I can't remember. Who was it that was discussing it? I can't remember. Anyway, that aside...
Eli,
yes, it was. Yeah, it was a really good chat. I remember it. Anyway,
I was the third party in that was ignored.
Like Brian's always ignored in Skype.
You just ignored Eli.
Look, can you all stop hosting me, please? Thank you. Be here or be sphere on the Quantum Eraser YouTube. I'm still getting hosted. Be here or be sphere. I don't mind the interruptions. It drags it out a bit while QE empties his mouth and hopefully adds some actual useful input to the Thunderfoot stuff. Be here or be sphere on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel. It'll be just QE, I believe. Is it an open discussion? I shouldn't really be asking him because he's not going to be able to answer. The whole point of doing this is to buy time. I've done my plug.
Nathan.
Yes.
Just wondering. I sent you one of my debates against a pilot, ex-military pilot of 50 years. I don't know if you want to do a review of it.
Yeah, can someone stick me that? What's your name?
Angels of Light. I sent you a DM.
Oh, you're the guy we covered, Discord. Aren't you? We covered one of your other debates, didn't we?
You covered Bob the Science Guy and Coriolis, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, definitely we want to cover that. Yes, please. Can somebody grab that if he's posted it in Discord and stick it in Master B? We'll cover that tomorrow.
Hold on a second.
We'll cover it tomorrow, so there's no urgent. D-Rose. Bloody hell. Yeah, there's no urgency. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Hold on a second, guys.
I'll do a QE till I get
the
there.
video.
Oh, God. There's no urgency while we're in the middle of a live stream. We're not going to start covering that now, 2 hours into a live stream. But thank you. If you can get it to me, that would be wonderful for tomorrow. Anybody else got anything? I'm waiting for QE to actually give us 2 pennyworth on Thunderfoot.
Yeah, but that's not answering my question. Why aren't we going to cover it now?
That was too Irish. One more time.
Yeah, but that's not answering my question. Why aren't we going to cover it now?
Because we've done 2 hours. Because I've got other things to do. That's why. Tomorrow's another day. You want to cover everything. Yesterday you wanted to cover Thunderfoot. Now we've covered Thunderfoot. Now we must cover something else. No, we'll do it tomorrow. We'll be fine.
We have to live for the.
Sorry that my mic was on, but I was trying to ask a question. What year did Thunderfoot make this video? Because I'm trying to figure out why. It's almost like the redundancy just kills me. I like that we go over it. Redundancy is good because the more you redundantly.
Okay, we don't need the end waffle. Bloody hell, D.
When?
Yeah, you just keep waffling though. It was made 2 days ago.
Oh my God. Okay, this is sad. All right.
It also gives me another.
I think Wright just had something to add, Nathan, before get to me.
Okay, well I'll do my call to action. Then we'll go to Righteous. Right, please let Thunderfoot know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. The idea being that if he was to respond, he'd do the same for me and put a link to my video when letting us know just how wrong we are when we point out in no uncertain terms that he's measuring a flat Earth. Go ahead, Righteous.
Yeah, I was just gonna do some quick admin, but I settled it in main text chat. Basically, I was gonna say to Angel Lite, he doesn't check his DM. Nathan's not familiar or privy with Discord, so you gotta post it in main text chat, which he did, and I posted it in Skype.
Thank you very much. QE.
Thank you.
Yes, can you go to 8 minutes 43 second on Thunderflat Clown's video?
And the Earth. Okay, so we're going to work in kilometers.
No, just stop.
And
okay.
Just stop it. Was it up on screen?
8:48.
We're going to set this to
8:43.
.6 degrees around the Earth.
Yeah, right there. Stop.
Okay, so we're going to.
Okay.
So you lofted up a watermelon a hanging watermelon-sized curveball to Brian, but he was up in the potato tree with Candace, Kissing.
ING.
He tried to get back in time, but he didn't. You see that little legend with the miles right there? That's a linear measurement. And then he superimposed it on the flat map. Why didn't you superimpose it on a globetard?
I did cover this. I did say it was linear. I just didn't reference the scale, but I did. I pointed out. I asked Brian to bring.
Not you, Brian.
Oh, okay. I'm ace still, though, right?
I didn't get back fast enough.
Hold on, let's just clear this up. Hold on.
I was running up the stairs.
I'm still ace, right? That's all good, yeah? As long as I'm still ace, that's all that matters.
Brian ruins everything, and White Knight's for the bottom.
That was a red herring.
And you didn't say linear measurement.
Yes, I did. Go back and listen. I absolutely did.
You did not.
Yes, I absolutely did.
Hey, I'm co-hosting the shit out of this.
Anyway, can I get your comments on the actual video? Because you've watched it all the way through yesterday while I was doing Omi videos, so I know you've got a comment on it or an opinion on it.
Yeah, did he eat the crayons?
A constructive, flat Earth debate based rather than attacking him as a man and his stupidity level, which is high, I'll grant you, just so we can move on.
We can move on. That's my summary. Prosecution rests.
Is that it? Really? You watched the whole video and you've got no other comment?
I commented yesterday on the whole video.
Nobody heard that. Oh, this is what we have to deal with.
Brian did. Adam did. You mean nobody, as in you, nobody?
No, the audience. Nobody in the audience got to hear you critiquing this.
Yeah, too bad for them.
No, wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, I'm not going to say I said it as technical as QE said, but that was kind of the point that I made about everything he used as far as his tools for his demonstration. With that linear measurement, he didn't do it on a globe-shaped spherical thing. That's the point I was saying earlier. So QE kind of brought it out more, what I was trying to say. He did everything, then he superimposed it. He didn't superimpose it over a globe. He went on a flat map. Is this what I'm saying? He's not using his belief tool, I ain't gonna say model, his belief tool to demonstrate his belief to be factual when it comes to these latitudinal measurements, angular measurements. He's using the real thing, the flat maps. He's not using his tools. He should use all his tools to prove it. That's how you demonstrate. You let people see what you're doing. He's not doing that. So I like what Chewie asked. Why did not he use his globe tool?
Because Earth's flat.
What I said about it yesterday, because I'm going to say this because you're probably not going to ask me, so I'm going to act as if you were going to ask me.
You've been here the whole time.
Yeah, what I said yesterday about it is if I wanted to make a video showing how they deceive people and themselves, I wouldn't be able to make a video any better than what he made. What I would make would basically be exactly the same thing as what he is showing, but I would just be pointing out where the deception is happening. Whereas he's showing where all the deception is happening, but he's not pointing it out because he doesn't realize that he's being deceived, even by himself.
Oh, that's a very, very good summary.
Yeah.
And go on, John.
You don't want to hear my summary involved curse words, so I don't think I can give it.
Nah, you only said dumb shit tour, world tour.
No
That
swearing.
was outstanding.
Anything else?
Yeah. Thunderflat Clowns World Dumb Shit Tour.
And also be here or be sphere for the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel, 7 p.m. UK, 2 p.m. Central Standard for QE Live. But with that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
If I was demonstrating CPR, the reason why they demonstrate on a three-dimensional dummy that's the same shape as a human being is so that you can give the best demonstration to whom you're teaching. You would not use a flat piece of paper and press on the flat piece of paper on the chest and put your mouth on the flat piece of paper with a crayon drawing of a human being. I mean, because you would not really give the full demonstration. So that's why I'm saying if I'm gonna purport the globe, I'm gonna use my globe tool, and I'm gonna take that protractor.
Hey. This is family show. No globe tools. Okay.
With beads on them.
Did Thunderflat Clown, when he was in Laramie, Wyoming, did he show the drill that he used to get down to the center of the earth?
Yeah. Then he had to borrow up to get to north.
I'd like to see the tape measure that he used after he drilled the hole.
Is that name going to be adopted from henceforth? Thunderflat Clown.
I thought it was Flatfoot Clown.
What a moron that guy is. Also, pro tip, you're supposed to wash the conditioner out of your hair before you leave the shower. Thanks.
Don't put it in.
Did somebody say don't put it in? Was that from that stinky, disheveled Englishman from the woods in England?
Yeah, from the smelly end of Europe. Yeah.
Yeah. From Sherwood Forest. You're near Sherwood Forest, aren't you?
I'm in it. Yeah, I'm in what was. And then it's all built on now. But yeah.
That's pretty cool, man. I wish I could jet on over there with my bow and just walk around the woods.
You'd be so at home. I'd take you up to the Sherwood Forest Visitor Centre. It's a couple of miles up the road. And you could go and see. You could shoot an arrow at the famous major oak tree.
Oh, they got a big oak? Really? The oak? Really?
Yeah. So the major oak's still there. So the one where Robin Hood dies, If you see it in the film, that tree's still there. It's propped up now. It's so old. It's got like its branches are held up with wooden plinths, so it doesn't, rip itself apart. But older than your country, that tree.
Yeah, you got the pictures of it.
Get something. I'll send you.
QE, I've got a question about the latitude lines on Earth and how they're linear, right?
I shan't be arsed. I shan't be arsed.
Strictly speaking, rhetorically, I can believe why, but I really rhetorically I can't believe that this video was created 2 days ago. After we've been through this over and over again, and there's actually somebody with, I don't know who he is, Thunderfoot. I don't know how well known he is for him to make a video 2 days ago. It's just I don't know. It's kind of appalling, but it's like, what else do you expect?
$800 to 1,000 years old. QE, I've sent you the.
Really? Where's the pic at?
I've sent you the full Wikipedia link, so it's got a nice picture of it.
All right, hold on.
Few nice pictures, actually.
You put in Master B. Why didn't you PM me?
I could do that.
That's all right. I got it. Damn, that's a badass looking tree, man.
Massive.
That's really cool. So the branches are all supported, got support. Yeah, nice. This is a scary looking tree, dude.
Lord of the Rings kind of 33 foot wide. 33 foot.
Man, that ain't got nothing on the redwoods.
No, it doesn't. But it doesn't. But it's pretty cool looking.
It is. It is.
How wide is it at the base?
33 foot.
Wouldn't it have to be?
It's got a girth of 33 foot. Yeah, it's a little Masonic, but there you go.
Adam, this is one of the scariest trees I've ever seen in my life.
Are there people standing next to it to be able to kind of like scale it? That's what I like to see. You see the people standing next to it, you really get to appreciate the girth of them.
So what's the tail around this tree?
Well, the I suppose the mythology of it is it's the tree that Robin, when he's dying, he shoots an arrow to see where he's going to be buried, and it lands at that tree. So he's supposedly is the burial place of Robin Hood.
Ah, I gotcha.
I remember.
Like the trees on Pandora in Avatar. They lived in those trees too.
Nathan, are you showing this tree on your stream? Hey, I'm gonna have to co-host the shit out of this show. You better get a picture up here so give people some context, man.
I mean, it's his homeland too. He should be proud of it. Like, we have girth too.
It's a family show. Nathan! Where'd he bugger off to?
But whereabouts is this tree?
It's in Sherwood Forest.
What, 33 foot wide?
Adam, can you share it on your screen?
They have it in Discord so they know what we're talking about. At least people in Discord can see it. I'll put it there.
Yeah, please, I'll go there if that's it.
There you go.
Not too far from me.
Since Nathan won't pull it up on his screen, I got to co-host the shit out of this show.
It's on screen now. That's the picture up with people next to it, but that's from 1879.
Wait a second, I'm missing it. Where'd you put that?
That's a painting.
Yeah, well, yeah, but that's a drawing from 1879. There's pictures of it today.
It's not that tall. It
There we
doesn't
go.
look like.
It's really not. It's only about 2-3 stories high, maybe.
It's that the base isn't that tall. You could climb up at some. You can climb that. That's where Brian goes with Candace.
Sitting up there and having a little kiss.
Yeah, Kissing. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Is it love or marriage? What stage are we at? Or is he pushing a baby carriage?
It's purely physical.
I'm interested to see what the minor oak look like compared to it.
Well, they're all around. There's loads of oak trees up there.
We don't have too many over here anymore. Thanks to certain people.
Neither do we. Henry VIII nicked it all to make a fleet. Yeah, 98 foot.
So how did they get that measurement?
Tape measure.
Why have we got Major Oak up?
I'm not sure.
Oh, Nathan, I was saying, I've got about a 3-minute debate about Coriolis with 2 PhDs I did. If you want to go shorter,
Yeah, that's what Nathan wants to do right now.
It seems as if he may be asking you to review his debate.
Yeah, I haven't got it. It's not in Master B.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, is it this TikTok?
Yeah. So the TikTok one, the watch till the end pilot, that's the one against the pilot, and then I can send you I think it's about 3 minutes, and it's Coriolis against 2 PhDs I did.
What is it doing?
Okay. How often do you have to adjust for the curvature of the Earth?
You don't have to adjust. You're flying at a constant altitude above the Earth.
Yep. And what about?
It's game over right there.
Yeah.
That's it. Don't need anything else.
Yep.
Well done.
You know what's funny? I get him to concede flat Earth like straight away. It's hilarious.
Does everyone agree with me?
Yeah.
That's game over right there.
Yeah, he just finished there. He just admitted to not. He just admitted to, first of all, not having to adjust for curvature, and then he talked about altitude, which is a height above a flat plane.
Yep, you got it.
Oh,
Yeah, it maintains its constant, doesn't it? Constant altitude, which would mean you're constantly falling.
Yep.
I love it when you get a question in that's so well formed in terms of his rhetoric and the answer that contrasts it in terms of the flat Earth his answer requires. Just ace. I'm going to listen to that again.
Oh, by the way, have you got it on screen?
Yeah, I have.
So we can all see it.
Yeah.
I can't see it.
Why?
Oh, hang on.
Don't worry.
You were a pilot for 50 years, right?
Yep.
Okay. How often do you have to adjust for the curvature of the Earth?
You don't have to adjust. You're flying at a constant altitude above the Earth.
That's it. Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Game over.
Game over. Yeah, it is. I just can't believe he answered that way. When your question was geared towards curvature, you'd have thought it'd have been a bit more elusive or slippery.
Yeah, dude, he's pretty honest, this guy. But yeah, he got kind of angry at the end. But it's a good one.
Go on, Adam.
The first part of his statement answers it all. If there was Earth curvature, whatever you do, you would have to adjust for it. Yeah, you'd have to deal with it, mitigate for it. It's part of your aeronautics. Yeah, but you don't. By his qualified statement, you don't adjust for it. Well, if it was there, you would have to. That's a pilot admitting you don't. So irrespective of his beliefs,
by the way,
irrespective of any personal beliefs, whatever shape he thinks, he's telling you from his professional standpoint that there is no practical adjustments made.
Just to confirm, are you what about screen Earth sharing it, rotation? Nathan? If you're landing on a north to south runway, do you have to adjust for Earth rotation?
No, because the atmosphere is travelling at the same approximate speed of the Earth.
Great. So
you're flying, the aeroplane is travelling relative to the air mass that it's in. What the ground's doing is irrelevant until you land.
But the ground, according to you, is moving, sir. Are you aware of how fast your Earth is supposedly spinning at the equator?
Pause. He just debunked our rotation there as well. So in less than a minute, rotation and curvature are over.
Which denied the effect of Coriolis at this point now. He said it's not, they're not two reference frames. The air is moving lockstep. So he's denied Coriolis.
Well, watch what he concedes now.
Well, it would be 1 degree per second. I'm not sure what that is in miles.
Nope. It's 460 meters a second at the equator.
Right.
So if you land your plane on a north to south runway at the equator, are you going to be...
Is it the pilot breathing down his bleeding mic with his wide open mic and his nose noise?
Yeah.
What a wanker.
Chasing the runway sideways 460 meters every second?
No, because you're flying in an atmosphere of air that's travelling at the same speed.
Yeah, but
so
if you
the
claim,
speed becomes irrelevant.
But if you claim the atmosphere just moves with the Earth, it's the same as me saying the Earth is stationary.
It would be exactly the same.
Exactly. You agree with me there?
There's a lot of game over moments in this.
Oh yeah. Can't prove using your plane that the Earth is moving, right?
Please. Yeah, this is why flight is the absolute be-all and end-all of proving the Earth is flat and stationary. Because when it comes to that, you take someone like him who's been a decades-long commercial pilot, and all he can tell you is it's flat and stationary, while having to personally claim that it's curved and rotating. Because when it comes to what he does and what he did, there is no way around it. He has to just state it as a fact that he doesn't adjust for rotation, he doesn't adjust for curvature. If they were there, he would have to adjust for them.
Yeah, Brian, you saw what I had posted, right?
Pilot knows that it's flat. They are flying flat because they know that because of the gyro, and there's no way from that. But I just want to have some conversation. I want conversation with Adam about three sides of any shape and any form. Just three sides will always give you the sum of the angle of the three sides object will always give you 180. And four sides, doesn't matter what shape it is, will always give you 360 degrees as when I'm talking about the sum of the angle. Can you say I'm right about that, Adam?
Well, if you're talking, so the internal angles, yeah, so
internal angles, yes.
Yeah, they're different for each polygon. but for each defined polygon.
Polygon, yes, polygon. Yeah, polygon. No.
Holy crap, man.
But polygon will also I'll tell you absolutely.
Please don't, man.
How measurement works. Don't do it. So it's called polygon. It doesn't matter what the shape is or what it is. It will always give you 180.
Hello, what is going on? What's going on?
Nothing is going on.
I've got somebody screaming, shut the F up through the top of you. What's going on?
Yeah, shut the F up.
Yeah, that was
Shut up.
QE.
I think the formula you use is n minus 2 times 180.
We are talking about polygon. I just want you to know about that. Take that in the mind, so don't forget it. I know Adam know about it. What polygon is. It has nothing to do with shape at all. 3 sides is always give you 180 degrees, and the 4 sides is always give you 360 degrees.
Yeah, n
and
minus
that's called
2
polygon.
times 180. So yeah, 3 minus 2 is 1 times 180. There's your triangle. Yeah, 4 minus 2 is 2 times 180, 360. Do it for 5, and so on. Yeah, that's the formula for the internal, some of the internal angles.
And the formula is the number, not the number is n always subtracted with 2, right?
Yeah, number of sides minus 2
times
180 degrees.
Yeah, to be clear, this has nothing to do with what Brian said, right? I'm just, because I was trying to piggyback off of the conversation that was happening.
Absolutely nothing, Eli.
Yeah, but that's what we are talking about, to understand how measurement is done.
Like, come on, bro.
No,
Johnny has a way of doing that, Eli.
There's no way from it. The earth is measured flat that I'm trying to come into. There's all the perspective to understand it also.
You're not listening to you, Eli.
And Adam is with me. He's telling you that I'm right. And that's how the earth is measured also. They are measured with different angles. And it doesn't matter how the triangle is, it will always have to be 180. It doesn't matter what the angle is. So it has to be flat. That's my point.
No, I never said I could.
Great. So you're a flat earther then?
No.
Oh,
of course.
Wait, hang on. So you don't adjust for rotation. You can't tell the Earth is moving from your plane. You never have to adjust for Coriolis.
If the wind mass, the air mass is moving at the same speed as the Earth,
sorry, can I just stop you there?
Completely irrelevant.
Sorry. Please, I have to quick
We don't
take
have
the
any
angels.
Coriolis in reality.
1 second, Johnny. Sorry.
Is real.
Johnny, look. Johnny started talking after I addressed Brian, and now he's talking after Brian started. No.
No, I didn't think it was that
I
bad.
think all of us talking over me. I was trying to make a
No, Johnny, we're reviewing a video and you're trying to do something else. What was said there is, angels, just for you, you don't adjust for Coriolis. Coriolis is a visual effect that's observed from a rotating reference frame. And you're observing the apparent deviation of something that's moving straight or is stationary in the non-inertial. The inertial reference frame.
Hold on, just before you answer.
So you're not adjusting for Coriolis. Your adjustment is. Hang on, Nathan. The adjustment is for Earth rotation, not Coriolis. You can't adjust for a visual effect.
I agree. That's true.
Johnny, he's not talking to you. Oh my God, Johnny's going to ruin this. I'm just going to give up soon if Johnny doesn't shut the fuck up.
No. Okay. I fucked it up.
Are you not being talked to?
I thought he was
you're not being talked to, and you can't shut up. You've got your mic wide open. I had to server mute you during us playing the video. I know Angels already references Coriolis perfectly. Therefore, I can only assume he's phrased it in that way to see if the pilot doesn't. Am I right, Angels?
Well, look, he immediately conceded, no, I don't adjust for curve. No, I don't adjust for Earth rotation. Right, so now I'm asking him, well, if you don't adjust for these things, like you can't tell from your plane that the Earth is curved and rotating, basically. But yeah, I said Coriolis. You don't have to adjust for Coriolis, but I guess you're right. It's Earth rotation I was trying to reference.
Okay, so yeah, Brian's criticism is correct then. So yes, it did need critiquing.
Yes.
Fine.
Yeah, I should have said Earth rotation. Yes, but also Nathan, if you can share it, because I actually pull up diagrams to like prove that
Yeah, I've got it up. I did try telling you
that.
that. I've got it up. Just not for you, for my audience. The first priority for me. Thank you.
Great, but I just said it's the same thing as Earth being stationary. So if the Earth
It's the same result. Yeah, it's not proof of either.
Great, exactly. So, like, what about Earth curve? You said you don't adjust for Earth curve either. So let me ask you this.
Sorry, 1 second.
You have a
pause, Nathan.
Pardon me.
He just said it's not proof of ether. It's of ether. It absolutely proves it's stationary and flat. Of course, it's proof. This it wouldn't prove anything. This old rubbish. Go on, John.
It proves that it's not. Yeah, it proves that it's not accelerating. That's what it proves.
an instrument in your plane called the attitude indicator, correct?
Yep.
Okay, and that has a gyroscope connected to it that maintains rigidity in space, correct?
Yep.
Great. So if you fly straight and level over the Earth, and you never have to change your orientation in relation to the ground, you're flying over a flat Earth, sir.
Nope. Absolutely not.
Okay.
Nope.
What makes you?
Yeah, no explanation. Hand wave dismissal. I would have.
That was very well said by him.
Beautiful, beautiful. It's got to deny how a gyroscope works.
Yep.
Got to deny his heads-up display, his artificial horizon. Why you
Very well.
Great.
Very well. I'm sorry, Adam. Very well said. Angels of Light. Very well.
Very well said.
Very well said. Is the video up?
It is up currently, yes, for the audience.
I can't see it. Can you?
I don't see it.
Nobody sees it except my audience.
Oh. Well, I'm
who
so
don't
confused.
exist yet. I'm talking in future, whatever the tense is, because it's not.
Never mind.
Just listen. I'm playing it for the invisible audience that currently doesn't exist, but will exist in the future when this gets published. They can see it. That's all that matters.
You're flying at a constant altitude above mean sea level.
Correct. And if that mean sea level is flat around and it's the same level all around the Earth, if the Earth, let's just say the Earth is flat, it's the same thing, isn't it? If the Earth is flat and you're flying east to west in a circle, it's the same exact thing. Welcome to Flat Earth.
It doesn't prove that it's flat.
Yes, it does.
Doesn't prove anything.
Check this out. See this image I've got on screen?
He says it doesn't prove anything. Okay, there's a hand wave followed by a baseless assertion. No, it proves that it's flat, mate. That's what he's just took you through. You gave him the evidence to base that statement on. Go ahead, Brian.
And Nathan, for the past several years, when I bring up pitch data and the lift effect, it doesn't prove anything. That's all I've gotten. That's all I've gotten from the opposition. It doesn't prove anything either way. Yes, it does. It absolutely proves that you're all absolutely wrong. We're all absolutely right. That's what it proves.
But that's all they can do is offer a hand wave. Go on, Angels.
Yeah, I'm going to walk him through it right now with my diagram and prove that he would absolutely have to adjust for Earth curvature.
See see this plane here? Okay.
Oh yeah, the 6,000 mile long aeroplane. Yep.
Yeah, I'm just showing. It's big so that you can see it, sir. Right. So if we shrink it down, it's still here, right? But you won't be able to see it.
Yep.
Okay.
That was strictly speaking. Was that a straw man fallacy when he said the plane's 6,000 miles long? Is that a straw man?
Yeah, they always do it. They always have to say something. Oh, you don't understand scale, kind of thing. They always do that.
We're going to fly to the equator.
Not a straw man. It's a non sequitur fallacy. That's the one. Not a straw man.
Why do they say this scale? Because they really have to have 3959 and everything is scaled out from that. What is that we don't understand?
Talking about the aeroplane as opposed to the flat plane that he's not diagrammatically
Is
represented.
it an appeal to format, Nathan?
Is it appeal to format?
In relation to where the plane was here, it's nose down, right? To fly around this curved line, is this line curved? If you maintain...
When this happens, you're obviously not doing this, but it must take some to resist the urge to talk to him like he's 4 years old. You see this plane, when it goes to this bit on a ball, it's pointing in a different direction.
In the altitude around a globe, is this line curved?
Yeah.
You said you don't...
So he just said, yeah. What, like the plane isn't doing by your own bleeding admission?
You need to dip the nose down to account for curvature.
You're talking about dipping the nose 1/1000th of 1 degree constantly.
A plane flying 500 miles per hour?
It's just called what looks to me to be a 90-degree readjustment as 0.01 degree. No, it looks to me on the diagram that he's got in front of him, I assume, 90 degrees from its original orientation.
Yeah.
Basically...
We've got screaming kids.
Give me a chance to say something here. Because they are not dipping the nose, never. Every time they're flying, they are 3 degrees nose up. So
we know, Johnny.
We know. We just had that told to us by this pilot in this debate. The pilot himself just told us that.
Yeah. So we went.
What he said, Nathan. What he's doing is he's trying to make that. He's correct. You would have a very, very, very from the starting horizontal point at cruising altitude. You would have a very, very small adjustment after that, right? Second per second accumulated, and that's what he's that there told me he understands this, and he understands where he's wrong, because that is not just a tiny adjustment, right, every second. That is an accumulated adjustment. So after 500 miles, you're going to have a 7.24 degree below horizontal pitch from where you're starting horizontal point.
It's just this is his confusion, isn't it? Because he's just admitted what the plane would have to, how the plane would have to be orientated.
Yes.
To traverse a curved surface, which means, and he's correct, because it's only a small amount. A small 0.01 or 0.1 degree would be fine, but, and this is where his confusion is, or his mismatch is, that is correct, but it would have to be below horizontal.
Yep.
To reorient the plane. And so this is why it supports point.
Yeah, he's got a nose down to do it. So it's like when they say, oh, well, there's only a small drift because there's a differential in Coriolis. You're like, no. If you're going to say that there is a second reference frame turning underneath, I'll just immediately take the win. Okay, so you're saying there is a small adjustment. So you'd have to nose down to make that adjustment. You don't do that. You've just admitted it. But he's just conceded there is an adjustment to be made, regardless of how little or non-accumulative it is. Okay, so there's an adjustment. But there isn't in the plane's flight, is there?
No, and that was the point.
Went from...
Like when Adam said...
Hold on, just one sec, Brian. Hold on, just one sec, Brian. Go ahead, Angels.
Mind you, he went from, we never adjust for curvature, to we're adjusting minutely, constantly.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is the point. Like what Adam said, Adam has a habit of just saying no, but it doesn't mean that he actually disagrees with what someone is saying. When I say that after 500 miles, there would have to be a 7.24 degree below horizontal pitch, that's what would have to happen. It would accumulate at the 7.24 degrees after 500 miles. So from horizontal, he'd have to be, from his starting horizontal point, which he can't even have on a globe, he has to end up with a 7.24 degree 500 below that point, pitch after 500 miles. That's what it would accumulate as. That's the whole point of the accumulation of the little adjustment that he says he just talked about there that he said he never made and doesn't make earlier.
Yeah, but that adjustment is to... Hold on, just let me conclude. That adjustment is to nose down, though, isn't it? To make that adjustment.
Yeah, but that he can't do that. As he said earlier, he won't be doing that. He can't on the lift. So
exactly.
Consequently, but the little adjustment he just threw out there. See, this is the thing. Remember I said earlier how they try and mitigate mathematically to make things sound better or worse, right? He's trying to make it sound better. It's just a tiny adjustment. It doesn't mean anything. It does after 500 miles. It means a lot.
The tiny adjustment after 500 miles would be 2,789 feet every frigging minute.
Yep.
On average. On average, Adam.
Yeah, and that's the point. But that's what he's saying he's not doing. He recognises that if he did do that, this is how it would have to happen, which is the 0.1 degree. But he doesn't do any of that. He doesn't have to deny his gyroscopes. He's in a real sticky spot now, isn't he?
Let's listen on a bit more.
Just under a mile of curvature every minute.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would.
Your math is wrong.
No, it's not. It's actually completely correct. How big is the Earth, sir? At the equator?
I have no idea. Nope.
You have no idea, but you just told me I'm wrong.
I'm afraid, Angels.
Yeah, there's a real risk here because he's hand waving it. You go first, Brian.
No, I'm just saying that the maths you presented to him were wrong, and you'd have to at least add in the word average, but the maths were wrong. It wouldn't be that after every minute.
Oh, it's worse than that. The problem is because he's hand waving his own religion. It gets like this with Coriolis all the time, which is why I hate it. They start denying their own rhetoric, and because obviously from the point of view that our side, Angels, is in, he needs to brace against their actual claim, which he's denying. So now as the flat earther, Angels is in a position to have to educate him in the claim he holds but is denying. So now Angels is going through globe earth rhetoric as a flat earther. So this is a dangerous position. If they just start denying what their rhetoric would entail and you know that it would entail it and they deny it, welcome them to flat earth. As opposed to going through their rhetoric for them that they've just denied. If they deny it, just welcome them to flat earth instead of saying, no, you should be saying it does. No, don't, it's just don't do that. Oh, my door's going.
If you're going to reference the drop at all, you have to do it as an accumulation. So you'd have to say, so if you're flying at this speed, after 10 minutes, the drop from your horizontal would have to be X amount.
That's what I said to him. I said to him,
or over distance. You could say over distance. So if you're flying at that speed, then you'll be able to cover this distance, and the drop would be this. Whereas what you stated to him was actually incorrect mathematically. Even though you understood what you meant, it was incorrect mathematically. And he can jump on you when you give him that.
Yeah, well, what I said to him was a plane flying 500 miles per hour. Now, the exact math would be it would have to adjust for drop of a 2,777 feet of curvature every minute. But I just said just under half a mile. I told him.
Drop from what to what?
Say again.
But that's wrong, though, Angel.
Hold on. We've got that point, Brian.
That's on average.
You got that in. We got that. Right, John, go ahead.
I don't know if we did.
We did. It's being recorded, I assure you. Go ahead, John.
No, I don't think. Now, Angels, what you said there, unless you did you add in the word on average?
No,
did you add that in? But that's the problem. When you don't add that in, they can attack you and say your maths are wrong. Because your maths are wrong unless you're saying as an average.
Okay,
you have to add in as an average.
Definitely got it.
Hang on, Nathan. All I'm trying to do, listen, Angels is out there debating these guys on TikTok and places. All I'm trying to do is give him some advice to help him to not to end up giving them something after they've already even conceded. That's
we got it.
And you keep on trying to stop it, Nathan.
No.
That's the problem, Nathan. You don't pay attention to the details.
You're getting confused. Brian, he didn't say on average, but a couple of us corrected him to say on average, and then you said Well, he didn't say on average, Nathan.
Yeah, but the problem is not Angels, right? Angels is totally fine with the critique. It's Nathan is the problem.
There we
It's
go.
like, yeah, let's move on. Never mind all the important details. That can cause someone to end up looking bad in a debate when they actually won it.
Look, I think Brian's right. I'm not 100% sure we've got it. Can you go through it again, Brian?
It is an important point because it's one of the few points I've ever picked QE upon, and that's why he sarcastically says it and directs it at me. Yeah, because it is important. Yeah, because if you don't specify that, it is a point of ridicule.
Well, it's always been there.
Yes.
On average.
However, there is now...
on average, it's always there. I wrote it up that way.
Okay. Okay. However, there is now a further point to add on, which is useful because it proves the flat Earth. So I'm ideally hoping that John, the other John, hasn't forgotten and will now interject with that point, moving on.
Right, dip from what to what?
No, Johnny's
Or
decided
did-
that he's going to... Johnny's decided that's going to be the point. After I've finally got the point to come, that's when Johnny's going to ruin it.
No, I will not.
Yeah, but you know what this point's going to be, Brian, don't you?
You'll need a flat Earth for it.
Completely separate.
Yes,
Yeah, completely separate.
It's not separate.
A complete sidebar.
Oh, we're never going to get it. It's being rumpus by the
point being
panel's
Adam was right.
decided to obfuscate this point. Drop from what? What drop? Drop from what exactly? Someone tell me.
Drop from level to level, from horizontal to level. What are we talking about when we say drop, dip, those things? Can we define them first?
It's about tangent.
There's always John O'Brien that is talking. I can never say anything.
Tell him, Johnny, tell him.
If you're flying an airplane, then you should see the star going around.
Drop from what? Johnny, try and focus on the bleeding conversation we're actually having. Drop from what? If we're going to describe how much the plane drops around a bleeding curve, how are we going to describe that?
If you're dropping, the airplane is dropping, then the star above will also go over you. That's my point. That's what I just want to point out.
Brian gave the answer during Johnny's non-answer. Wonderful, Johnny. We weren't talking about stars. We're talking about aeroplanes.
The star.
Now I'm getting rumpus by Johnny with his non-point that's completely separate to everything we're talking about again. Yeah, Brian. I wanted Brian's answer.
Okay.
You ain't gonna like it.
Well, it's now so detached from the original point that there's no point in even being making. I'm starting to lose my freaking temper here, right? I want points that an audience can follow. Now I'm being talked through by my own bloody panel. No. If we're going to make a point about this stuff, would it be not preferable that the audience can freaking understand it?
Yeah, but you're trying to add your agenda into it, Nathan. I've already said, it's a drop from the horizontal. The initial horizontal that they don't even have. They don't have a horizontal.
It's the first time it came through clearly.
That wasn't what I said.
Yeah, that
you
was
didn't answer my question then.
That was the first time it came through clearly.
Drop from what to what? You say drop. It has to be from something to something.
I said drop as a vertical. So that means it has to be to another horizontal. I get that.
No,
you know what I
Brian.
mean?
No, it's drop on average from what to what.
Yeah. Good man, Adam.
Yeah, okay.
No.
What is the, we still not getting it.
What's wrong here is Nathan is trying to... John, what's wrong here? It's not your fault. It's that Nathan is trying to crowbar in another point that is relevant, but in a slightly different manner. And it's not working because he's trying to crowbar it in there. That's what's wrong.
Well, it's the definition of the words we're using. It's the definition of the words we're using. It's the definition of the words we're using. We should at least define them, don't you think?
Yes.
Well, yeah, you'd agree to that, Nathan.
Okay, excuse me. But Nathan doesn't understand how relevant my comment is. That's also a problem.
Big problem. Is the video up?
Piss off.
Bunch of curves. But you just told me.
Doesn't it curve something like 8 inches per mile squared?
Exactly. So if we apply that now to how much you fly in miles per hour, that's just under...
At 500 miles an hour, at 600 miles an hour, you're doing a mile a minute. So you have to drop 8 inches a minute.
No, you'd have to drop...
nothing.
No. You'd have to drop...
Go on.
The pilot, what a dumbass. He's thinking you have to drop 8 inches per mile for each mile.
Yeah.
What a clown.
He
doesn't know his own religion
Did you
is
just
the
say
problem.
that 600 miles an hour is a mile a minute?
Yeah.
Is that what he just said?
Yeah.
Wait, did he say that?
I think so. I'm pretty sure he just said that 600 miles an hour is 1 mile every minute.
1 mile every minute of what? Drop?
Listen.
You fly in miles per hour, that's just under...
At 500 miles an hour, at 600 miles an hour, you're doing a mile a minute. So you have to drop 8 inches a minute.
No, you'd have to...
You're doing a mile a minute?
No.
You're not.
No, he's talking about rate of speed. Go on.
That's 800.
He thinks...
That's 66.
He thinks you have to drop like 8 inches.
Adam, not angels of light. Adam, go on.
That's 66 foot in the first minute. Yeah?
He's not talking about drop, Adam.
We listen to Adam, not QE. Adam.
He's talking about his... I'm correcting him. Hey, shut up. I'm co-hosting the shit out of this. Adam, he's talking about his speed every minute, not drop.
Yeah, but yes. But the implications of he's done it by a factor of 10 out, isn't he? So he's only dealing with...
Why'd you do this? Right. You take the words they say, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brian, they have their own agendas. Brian agenda and Adam agendas.
I think with my crystal ball, what he was referring to in context to what he said 3 sentences ago means that the actual words he used aren't the words he actually said. Therefore, what I think he's trying to mean is something else, says Adam.
I agree with what you said. Yeah, he's miscalculated. He's a factor of 10 out. The consequence of that being a factor of 10, only going a mile a minute instead of 10 mile an hour, is he's mitigated for any supposed curvature he may or may not have to deal with or drop, as it may be described in this case.
Ah, I see.
No. You'd have to drop over about a mile a minute, sir. If you're flying over 600 miles per hour, that's roughly a mile a minute. You'd have to drop.
That's what I just said. It's a mile a minute, and the Earth drops 8 inches per mile, so you're dropping 8 inches per minute.
No, that's already with the calculation done, sir. You're dropping a mile of curvature per minute, not 8 inches. A mile of curve per minute. You just told me the plane never dips its nose, right?
Yeah, pause.
You never have to just...
You see, this is so wrong. I'm not being horrible to angels, but yeah, I'm listening to you going, no, that's wrong. Now, he's clearly not got the numbers in his head, but at this point, he knows, in the back of his mind, he knows that's wrong. Yeah, I know it's wrong. When you're saying it like that, it's 66 foot. And if you deal with it every minute and accommodate for it every minute, it's 66 foot. 800 inches is what he's got to mitigate for every minute. And if he mitigates for it every minute, it's fine. Yeah. Now, if you get something on average, i.e. you take a straight line travel for an hour to get those 600 miles, that's the figure you're talking about. And that's what that's what Brian's warning about. You've got to be very careful when we're citing these numbers, because otherwise we can end up tripping up.
Did we ever define what it was? Did we get a definition of it?
Making a false claim about their claim. Well, you'll be very careful. Because remember, it's still their claim. You're filling in the gaps for them again because of their ignorance.
You know, Thunderfoot actually puts the price of the Crayola crayons into the list of the 80 bucks or whatever. I've used it as a thumbnail. He's listed the crayons.
Did he label it as dietary supplement?
No, he just put the price $3 for the crayons.
He got 25% off those crayons.
And usually not enough to even measure.
But
the Earth drops. You just agreed that the Earth drops 8 inches per mile.
No, I agreed that your model claims that. I'm saying that if you're flying straight and level to your destination, you never dip the nose ever.
I'm flying at a constant altitude above Earth.
Correct. So if the Earth is flat, it's the same thing, huh?
It doesn't prove that the Earth is flat.
Yes, it does.
Also, your attitude indicator maintains rigidity in space. So if you were dipping the nose down, you'd see the gimbal base change its orientation relative to the gyroscope, but it doesn't do that.
Yeah, well said. Who was that?
Is that Nathan Thomas or whatever?
Thompson.
I know he's not. It was. It's not that Thompson.
Yeah, it was him. Yeah. He was in the live with me, just in the background. Then he chimed in. Yeah.
Yeah, like when you're 90 degrees, so you're here and you go here. Does your attitude indicator now is it out by 90 degrees now?
There isn't a plane on Earth that could travel that far.
That was non-responsive.
That was a desperate attempt. That's a great answer, isn't it?
Is your attitude indicator 90 degrees from where it started? Answer: there's not a plane that can fly that fast.
Yes, there is. Are you joking?
Yeah, I've flown to South Korea to talk about flat Earth, and took 14 hours, and we flew around the globe, if it was a globe. But the airplane flew like you. The FAA trains pilots to assume a flat, non-rotating Earth because the Earth is flat and non-rotating. Your profile picture actually proves the Earth is flat.
I told him that before too, yeah.
My profile picture isn't an artist's drawing. It's nothing to do with proof of anything.
It proves that the sun sets above the horizon.
Okay, listen, I'm already sick of this discussion. I've been to 72,000 feet. I've seen it with my own eyes.
72.
Yeah, right.
Hold on. 72,000.
This is hilarious, yeah.
Hold on. 72,000 feet. What's that a measurement with respect to? Anybody?
Sea level.
Height above sea level. So, again, non sequitur. The actual question on the table is your attitude indicator 90 degrees with respect to where it started? And now we're talking about how many flight hours he's got and how fast planes go. What's going on? Non-responsive.
Yeah, that's funny.
I'm ready.
Go on, Johnny.
Yeah, because if you really have some speed, there's no difference of the measurement.
Thanks, Johnny.
This is 120,000 feet, so this is no curve. This is higher than what you're claiming.
What's 120,000 feet?
This image that you're seeing on screen, sir?
You're 7,000 mile.
This is 120,000 feet on screen right now, sir. You didn't see curvature from your height that you just said.
So my question to you, Claude, is if you're flying from the left side of this red line to the right side of this red line, are you flying around a curve? That's what
Probably yes. I don't know how wide that line is.
Probably yes.
That was the longest silence I've ever heard on a flat Earth debate. Thank you. I appreciate that, Twat. We'll clip that.
Yeah. So hang on real quick.
Clip whatever you like. I'm trying to figure out how wide the angle is on your picture, and it doesn't look very wide.
How wide the angle is? Well, you'll need a flat Earth to describe that.
Okay, but it's from 100,000
Well, when they were
feet.
describing the pitch or attitude of the plane 90 degrees from what to what, we still ain't got a friggin' definition for any of this. That would help.
You need to give the kids in the background a pair of cymbals and feed them some sugar.
Cracking. Do you see curve on the screen?
I can't see enough of it to tell.
Let me ask you this, though. If you go to the beach and you see a boat go away from you, does the boat go over the curve?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, how come there's no curve at 120,000 feet? How's the boat going over the curve at 3 miles away? Can you see 3 miles of horizon here, and it's obviously flat?
Is that Nathan Thompson? Because now he's ruining your point.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, no, he's all right. He's all right.
I'd be fuming.
No. The point is, if it's zooming in again, then the boat is coming in again. Then it's not behind anything. It's just.
So when I say I'd be furious that someone's non sequitur away, Johnny's decided I'll carry on that non sequitur from this point forth. Let's just close that line and carry on with the video.
Obviously, I don't know what that photo is. I don't know if it's computer generated. I don't know who's fucked with it.
It's a high altitude. Hang on, real quick. It's a high altitude balloon footage.
Yeah, were you in the balloon?
Yeah, but just to help you out here, Twat, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson admits he's a PhD astrophysicist. He says you can't see the curve from 120,000 feet. He says,
Nathan Thompson, know when you're not welcome. What are you doing? The guy's got him absolutely over the ropes with his attitude indicator and how he flies. And now we're talking about boats and Neil deGrasse Tyson, thanks to Nathan Thompson.
Oh, no. It was fine, honestly, because you know what happened? When Nathan Thompson mentioned to him, if you flying over this line, over this earth, are you flying around a curve, right? It literally took him 8 seconds to look at the picture, and then he's like, oh, probably yes, right? And that's why he mentioned about the boat. Like, obviously, so he then mentioned, well, if you're watching a boat go over the curve at sea level, but there's no curve on 120,000 feet, then obviously you're not seeing the boat go over the curve. That was his point.
Therefore, it's okay. Yes, therefore it's okay argument. It's okay argument.
Thanks for shut up, Johnny. Thanks for the translation. We didn't catch up with that. And Nathan, did you notice that he said probably?
Nathan's got a really good point.
Shut up, Adam.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. Did you notice he said probably when they asked him if he was flying over a curve?
Yes.
Yeah.
That part. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, it should have been instant. Yeah, I'm just working out how much curve, not do I have to account for curve by mitigating those that looks small. The point that Nathan's raised there is, yeah, you're being nice, Angels, but I'd be really annoyed. You've got him on the ropes on pertinent points. These non sequiturs, yeah, you have been johnnied by Nathan Thomas or whatever. Yeah, and it's frustrating for me listening to it. This conversation goes sideways now when you had him on the ropes. And
he got destroyed. Honestly, there's another part to this where we go over, like, because he leaves and then we start talking about the debate we just had and he came back on. And I've got another video where basically I show him my little diagram of the Earth and I say, if you go from the North Pole to the South Pole, is your attitude indicator upside down? And he goes, no, it wouldn't move. There's probably something that causes it to, not be rigid. And then basically he says...
Yeah, but
that's not the point I'm making.
Okay, that's just like Adam is saying. That's a side way. You don't have to talk like that. Nathan Oakley, he says, why talk about all this sideways? Why not just say how the Earth is measured? The Earth is measured flat. Then all the sideways, you don't have to use them.
Thanks, Johnny.
I understand.
Okay, right. Stop. There's too much. I've got audio chaos locally and on the show. So, right, I'm going to go out and get milk. I'm getting a headache. It's either that or end the show because I can't concentrate. Someone else take charge.
What?
Johnny.
I'll co-host the shit out of this, but I have no control.
Yeah, I think you should listen to Adam. Saying, what's happening there is Nathan Thompson is... Hang on, Johnny. Nathan Thompson is coming in with points that aren't helping you. So what he's coming in with is his own things that he wants to question the pilot about, which is kind of hijacking the debate that you're having with the pilot. You're already winning. You don't need to go. What you've done already is all that needs to be done. Something Nathan said in the past, and it's very true. The arbiters have to know when they've won. And you've already won, but I don't know if you've actually realised you've already won. That's why you're telling us about another part afterwards where you're talking about a North and South Pole. You're going too far at that stage. You've already won outright. End of story.
Yes.
Yeah. So
you don't need to add more to it, and you don't need someone else coming in.
Brian, you don't have to talk so long. You talk for long, Brian. I
do, Johnny. To explain what I'm trying to explain.
Yeah, so it's about the site where it's like an entertainment, and some people want that. That's people want. But in reality, the Earth is measured flat. It's very easy to just point it out,
Johnny.
and everything is neat.
Thanks. Right on topic. Thank you. Okay, push play. Did he go get milk?
I think so. Oh, so
Nathan.
yeah. So
hold on. I just got to confirm. Nathan, is the video up?
What we have to do now is get the video from Master B, and one of us play the video and override Nathan because he's after going off to the shop.
Okay. Who needs a link? I can send a link. QE, do you want me to send it to your DM?
I never wanted it. It was Brian suggested. Send it to his DM.
Don't send it to mine because I'll have to leave in a minute.
Nah, we're done. Nathan's left, so we're not going to do it.
It's pretty funny. Like, it's pretty hilarious. Like, so at the end of this year, it'll be 2 years that I'm being a flat earther, and I'm debating PhDs, astrophysicists, pilots, you name it.
Isn't it cool?
With just, yeah, I love it. I can see why you guys had so much fun at the beginning, because these guys are not smart. They're indoctrinated.
Nah, they're dumbasses.
When your PhD is not in reality and it's in a fantastical world, it's easy to debate them about the nature of reality.
Yeah. Neil deGrasse Tyson, when you have a degree in something that doesn't exist.
Now what's going to happen?
Well,
we don't have a captain. We don't have a captain in charge of the rudder.
How come Johnny is not telling us about everything now that the video is not on? Well, how come Johnny's not here ruining the video? Once the video is gone, Johnny shuts up.
I give Nathan Oakley the understanding how altitude is a circle of equal altitude.
Altitude is a circle of equal altitude.
From the Polaris, and it doesn't matter. You can take it from every star you want, but the same rules will always follow.
Thanks, Brian.
It has nothing to do with size. It's about circle of equal altitude over from the measurement with an elevation angle. The elevation angle and 90 degrees down to the horizon. That is the zero ground. That is the zero. That's you measure everything from. And
yeah, but what about the ether, Johnny?
That will also give you a circle of equal altitude. That is thousands of miles.
Man, Neil, don't say that again. Don't do it.
59,000 miles then. It doesn't matter where you are. But if you're just aiming to the Polaris with that's we call elevation with sextant, then you have maybe 50 degrees, and 53. Then you have the baseline to the horizon. You have to
Can I just state what I think, Johnny is? Johnny, are you
the Polaris down to the horizon?
Johnny, can I ask you a question about what you're stating? Johnny, if you're flying directly north, what you're stating is
will make a circle of equal altitude.
You're flying directly north, what you're stating is, are you stating, Johnny, that if we're flying directly north, that horizontal on the attitude indicator, that whatever angle that Polaris is above that horizontal line is a circle of equal latitude, and that it's exactly the same as the angle you'll get on the sea, at sea level. So you're making a circle of equal latitude with the attitude indicator of the airplane.
Yes, yes. It doesn't matter, but it's the same principle that they make longitude and altitude or longitude.
I'm just nipping out for some sugar.
The circle that they are making, that is from the measurement where you are from. But on the globe, to make a model of it, then they have to make a model of it from the Polaris. And Nathan Oakley is absolutely right about that. But I'm just pointing out, it doesn't matter where you are, you will always get the same principle where you are. And you can use every star you want. It doesn't have to be Polaris. But to make a model, then you have to use the middle of the Earth, Polaris, and then you got this, and you're making a circle.
I see you at 7 o'clock.
How far away you are.
I'm going to bring the bucket.
You're welcome.
I'm bringing my puke bucket.
You're welcome.
So everything is about circle. It's 360 degrees, but it's also you need 4 sides to make 360 degrees. So you have sides in all directions, and to make some measurement to the stars, you need 180. And all
did you just convolute a circle with
all
the
3
internals
sides
of a polygon?
Will always. It doesn't matter how it is and what the angle is. It will always be 180. That proves that you are measuring a flat surface.
No.
It's no it's just like it is, because a 180 is flat.
I was just pretending to be Glober.
Okay. Oh, that's my point. You can see it from a different perspective and understand the whole paradigm. Paradigm is the right to say so.
Hey, Johnny, how you doing? How you doing? You doing all right today?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's flat, huh?
There's no question about it.
I agree with you.
It's measured flat. It's absolutely flat, and it feels flat. It's a very, very nice life.
Well, if you know what's funny, I had this person on TikTok who said he heard the curve. He said you can hear the curve using frequencies.
Yeah, there is frequencies.
Oh yeah. How do you do that?
In the sky,
you got any more data
your
on that?
perspective can be a curve, yeah. But everything is measured flat.
Just some globetrot. He said that. I said I'd give him money if he could play the curve, but he didn't do it.
Well, I would like to see his claimed measurements of these sound waves and how they relate to the Earth's surface. Wouldn't you?
I can tell you it's possible to make some car. It's like a dang, like a cowboy that's playing on a stall that he has inside his mouth, in front of his mouth. That's frequency, and that is absolutely curving in all directions. But what I'm saying is, we have a celestial body above us, and it has to be contained. So
by the firmament,
all the sound and everything that's happening and the vibration that we are dealing with is absolutely curved.
You know what I ask? You know what I ask the Globers all the time?
We are living on a flat plane.
I always ask the Globers, can you give me an example or demonstration of gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container and without doing a big in the question fallacy? You know what they do immediately? They say, oh, look, the Earth. Every single time.
That's stupid. That's not answer.
And then I ask him, how do you recreate a vacuum without a container? Is that possible? I literally had a guy who said he had a physics degree. He took about 2 minutes, and he's like, yeah, you can do that by getting a vacuum chamber and sucking the air out. I'm like, dude, that's a container.
Everything is in a container. You cannot do anything without a container. If you want to make some pressure, because the gas molecule or whatsoever you want to call it goes in all directions, and the pressure is because they are studying against the container. That is
Also,
the definition.
They always say like.
Johnny, did you say molecule?
Yeah, it was very hard for me to say that, but
yeah, PV equals nRT. When you get the number of molecules to define it, yeah, you got to use molecules. I know it's rough if you got a belief in ether.
Because I was going to ask you, what else would you call it?
You didn't understand. Many shows ago, I said I'm with you guys. I'm not the ether guy anymore. In that way, because they hijacked my ether, my understanding of ether, and I'm not behind that they are preaching. So don't pointing out me again.
Could I ask a question
told you.
Could I ask a question about the latitude lines and how they're linear, right? Every 69 miles is 1 degree dip to Polaris. So does that mean so their curvature is exponential, which means that's a flat Earth proof, right? But then they say a sphere or circle is linear. What do they say? I forgot now. The math for a sphere is circle is linear, is what they keep saying to me.
I cannot understand that. How can I be living in so high altitude? What is the density of linear? Somebody?
No. The radius of a sphere is linear. To describe the outside of a sphere is nonlinear. And they're just kind of confusing the two because they're in a sphere on a sphere. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you. So basically, to calculate drop for a sphere in terms of tangent, like how much, say 8 inches per mile squared, it's always going to be exponential on the sphere, right? Because I've even had a physics degree.
That's why I was trying to get you to define drop, because it's the drop from level to level. Drop from horizontal to horizontal. It doesn't make sense in the way they're trying to describe it.
Okay,
that's the problem.
My answer. Listen. My answer is it's not done like that. Nobody's doing it. Why are you making up something that's a possibility in some mathematical formula in all the scenario? I say, but we are not doing that in real life. Nobody is doing it. That's my answer.
So I ask, right? Because we see in an azimuthal grid of vision like a big dome around us, right? So is that the reason why it's linear? Because we're on a flat Earth moving back, and then perspective makes that drop linear? Is that what makes it linear?
Everything is linear. You cannot make it. Everything. Wow. Wow. Linear, non-rotating Earth on all linear aspects of it. It has to have a non-rotating.
May I tell you then?
No. Yeah.
Are you describing that drop with respect to level, aka horizontal plane, or are you describing that from being outside of the sphere, looking back at the stars? You see what I mean? That's where the
And nobody what that is. It's just a fantasy. Nobody knows what that is in the first place. So.
Yeah, what I want to know.
Talking about what we are doing and not that it's possibility. Not by talking about possibilities or something bad. Just talk about what we know of.
I'm not talking about possibilities. I'm talking about what you're doing. You're describing, because you're using linear, an angle with respect to a flat plane and how much it drops with respect to that flat plane. That's why it's linear.
Okay, so that's why Polaris dips 1 degree per 69 miles that you move back over flat Earth, right?
That's perspective.
No, that's not why. That's not what.
Yeah.
That's not the why. It's not the why. It's just the what is.
Yeah.
That is what is happening.
Because what I'm confused about is because we see in perspective, we see a dome of vision around us. That's why the stars appear to do like a big dome around us. Not because of the firmament or whatever, or, where they are. It's because of the way we see, right? So that's where I'm confused. Why, is it, so we're just moving back on over a flat plane, and due to our vision, it drops, right?
I don't know. I'm just telling you that the way that you have to describe this drop is with respect to a flat plane. It doesn't matter why.
Yes,
It's just what it.
Come on, man. Wow. It should be obvious for everybody. This brain.
Because the why I'm asking is because the globe is telling me, oh, well, when you take measurements to like street lights, it's not, it's what do you call it? It's exponential or something. They try to get me with that. I'm confused about it.
I'm telling you, it's
You're talking about the inverse square law of the inverse square law. Is that right? Is that what they're trying to bring up?
Basically, they're saying
further away.
They're saying that. Oh,
and all light that you're seeing from a long distance will have all the capacity and all the gases is filled in because we are living in a dynamic system. All the view that you get will be distorted of that, all of that. So you doesn't have any direct line or view to what's happening behind.
Well, let me try to make this make sense, right? You got two things going on. You have the optical plane, that's what you see with. You can take a measurement in the optical plane, right, with perspective, where you get the sextant, you aim it at the horizon, or you just use a bubble sextant and establish the angle. The angle is applicable in the actual plane, okay? Now, the conversion between those two things, we use axiomatic relationships to demonstrate. If you're talking about in the optical plane, you're going to be talking about the inverse square law and relationships terrestrially and what we understand and how we understand them. If you're talking about the actual plane, you're talking about distances and their relation to sea level. So you got to get to the distinction of what you're talking about before you can move forward, because it'll get really messy really quick if you don't.
Yeah, that's why I want to get it sorted, because I bring the argument up to them that their curvature formula or their curve drop from a tangent is exponential because it's squared, right? Therefore, the stars should dip exponentially, but they don't. They dip 1 degree per 69 miles. But then they say to me, well, if we look at straight lights, and then I think, they did the inverse square, like you just said, the inverse square law. It's non-linear, they said. But I'm not
Yes,
sure.
but see,
I'm not
the
sure.
first one, they lost you between the actual plane and the optical plane. The optical plane, you would be applying the inverse square law. The actual plane, what they got you with is their horizon. They have ascribed below surface level that is a flat plane. There is no drop.
Yes. Okay. So, but using that knowledge that we know it's linear, is there actual ways to determine the height of Polaris or not?
No, just like I said, there is no drop.
No.
What does that mean? You have to think about what he was saying. It is no drop. Oh, it is because of perspective. Everything in our world is because of perspective. Everything that goes away from you gets smaller and they will disappear if it's too long. And if you have a different
According to the
angle,
laws of
it will be wide. Maybe,
according to the laws of
whatsoever.
perspective,
If you don't understand
according to the laws of
that, you have to
perspective, as
keep
you
that
raise an elevation, your angle to the object will change, will it not?
And if you have a globe above you, what we call firmament or something, something that is covered around us, that's holding in the air pressure, then it will absolutely give you a different, from the angle you are taking view, will give you a different view, different experience. Because just the sound, you hear the thunder, and if it's very, very, you don't hear anything around you, and the thunder come in, and you can hear how close the thunder is if you have the brain to understand that.
Yes, so to answer your question, John, yes, you'd expect the angle to change as you raised an elevation.
Yeah, and just because of that,
So you can't use the laws of perspective
you can take 100 more.
Johnny's complete non sequitur has decided to presumably babble through everybody to the point where both Adam and QE have both gone, right? Because he can't shut up and he's waffled his non sequiturs through everything everyone's saying. Am I correct?
Yeah, I was trying to explain to him about the height of stars and how you can't. The other gentleman, not Johnny, and Johnny's talking about circles.
I see.
And I'm also talking about vibration of sound and how the sound is moving.
Yeah.
And we also
it's complete non sequitur what he's talking about. It's like you're having your own little agenda of a discussion about what you want to talk about, vibrations and sound, when he's asking about elevation angles and the height difference with perspective. It's like you're ignoring him.
It's part of it.
It's like you're ignoring me because you're talking straight through the middle of me, Johnny. Very, very irritating. It won't go on much longer. I didn't realise this is the chaos that I'd have been leaving behind when I went and got some milk.
Man, relax, mate. Huh? I love you. It doesn't have to be like that. I'm saying you have to take in all aspects of it. I don't drink milk anymore because I'm too old to drink milk. I drink a lot of milk when I was younger.
Who cares? He's asked you a question about whether or not the angle that you asserted would be everything in its account for perspective on Earth. That's everything, you say. Well, two problems. Number one, you said things would get smaller. Well, the stars don't do that. Then John pointed out that if you raise an elevation with perspective and the laws thereof, you'd expect it to change its angle. And then you waffled on about bloody sound waves. Irritating.
Yep. Oh, that's part of how close it is and how we are, because it is coming. That's above us. It's not giving us the same effect, like a linear effect. It's
non-responsive. Non-responsive. That's what that answer was, buddy.
Yeah.
You just ignored it.
He's just done the exact same thing. All right, so you're moaning that I'm waffling off in La La Land. Well, let me address your moan about me waffling off in La La Land by doing exactly that again.
Yeah, but you don't know what the story is.
So to ascribe it an effect that we can detail with the effects of perspective would be unreasonable.
Yeah. We know that.
So the thing that you asserted would be the application of perspective with respect to the stars would not be reasonable then, Johnny.
Why are we talking about this stuff?
Because you've said everything's perspective, and now we've just shown how wrong that is. So maybe if I could conclude that point about the non sequitur waffle off into La La Land, perhaps for about sound waves, but ultimately not addressing the actual fact that when you say perspective is what we'll describe this with, no, I would object. So did John. We gave our reasons why. They've been completely ignored. Now you're talking while I'm talking. Shockingly, Johnny's not listening. He's talking while I'm talking.
We are all talking. What I want to say is we were talking about linear and the difference between linear and the celestial view. Linear view is what we are doing in our realm, that we are able to.
I'm tired of this.
We shouldn't be making claims.
Aren't you?
You're making claims.
I'm just tired of it. This is irritating me greatly. I can see why QE and Adam are no longer here. Very, very irritating. Just waffling off into nonsense La La Land when you want to make a point. And earlier, while we're trying to get to concise and consistent points that are being made about the video we're responding to, Johnny's just yammering through the top with non sequitur after non sequitur, causing audio chaos. And he's doing it right now. He's literally talking while I'm talking.
Yeah, that's a bit frustrating, especially when the guy, he obviously has a legitimate question. He's asked it. He's been given an incorrect answer, and I'm trying to correct it, and it just won't be heard.
No, he won't shut up. Angels of Light wanted us to critique. Now Johnny's still talking. He's still talking like somebody's addressed him. Nobody has. Angels of Light wanted us to critique his debate, and you've completely ruined that for him, Johnny B. Why?
You will always be in the center of Nathan.
Nobody was talking to you. He brought along a debate that he had.
Yeah, nobody can talk with you because you always cut everybody off. It gets awkward. It's
Are you having me on?
It is awkward.
Get out of my server. Piss off. I've just removed him. I've just removed him. Don't address him again. I've just removed him from the discussion. I cut everybody off. No. What's actually occurring is Johnny's rumpusing every point so it cannot be made consistency with any sort of semblance of consistency, so an audience can follow along what's actually the point and what's being made, where the conclusion is. He's just decided he's going to ruin that. That's all he's done, isn't it, for about the last hour?
Yeah, sadly.
Pretty much.
Right, so now I've removed him. Get lost.
Well, I dealt with a guy at work like that. I made my point. He was at the point where he'd either have to concede it or pretty much walk away. But instead, he gave me a lecture on how much I didn't let his points be heard. But I got to hear him tell me for over 5 minutes how I don't listen. I listened to 5 minutes of him telling me I didn't listen to him. That is frustrating.
Yeah, and I'm going to listen to Johnny B telling me for 10 minutes that it's my problem because I keep interjecting when I'm trying to keep a point on track. Literally, in response to a question about whether or not perspective-based angles that he claimed they were would change with elevation, he's going on to La La Land about sound waves, interjecting every single attempt to bring the discussion back on track. Like, what? You're no use to us. You're just literally hijacking every single point. There's been an hour of show that nobody in the audience could have got anything out of because of Johnny. Brick.
When you see me clap and applaud, that means I agree with you. I wasn't ignoring you. I'm just in a quiet area. Sometimes it's noisy. I don't want to open up my mic and flood you guys out. But yeah, that's all Johnny been doing. Even when he just started talking about, I haven't drank me, went into the milk conversation. So because you said you went to go get some milk. I don't know if it's under the influence of some type of substance or alcohol, but yeah, he was just very belligerent. And I'm glad you removed him because you missed the whole thing. Sorry, Angel. I mean, you could have been much better.
I think he was like intoxicated. So I don't know.
He was probably just drunk. But with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.